everybody. It's Susie Q96. And here we are. It's time for the regular Monday night Lodo coin collecting show. However, it may be a little bit different than our normal Lodo coin collecting show. If any of you have not watched the video I put up this afternoon, I have some of my personal coin collection items that I might be auctioning them off. Something happened right after that show, and I'm gonna wait until everybody kind of wanders in here. Little penny coins. Hi, how are you? Leslie W. I remember seeing you last night in Ravenhawk's stream. I'm one of his mods over there. And if Ravenhawk says you're good to go, as far as I'm concerned, you're good to go, sweetheart. So I don't think we're going to have a problem there with you bidding on anything. Making a piglet of myself here with sweet tea. I'm a Southern girl. I got to have that stuff. That's like a blood transfusion. A Southern girl. I got to have that. There we go. I had to turn the sound off on the YouTube portion of the program. I'm running through the StreamYard. And there is a lag I see between the beginning of my StreamYard and when it actually kicks over onto YouTube. And, I've been off sick for almost a month, so I kind of lost some of my viewership. Usually by now I'd have about 10 people in here, 20, I don't know, but right now I got 3, and so we'll just kind of shoot the breeze. Tell you what I do on this channel. Normally, as normal as it ever gets around here. I am a really, really low dough. I don't have a lot of money to invest in my coin collecting hobby. So one of the things I do, brother, Mikey. One of the things I do weekly, except I didn't get to this week, is I run down to the car wash and wash my car, and I get I get quarters out of the machine down there, and we go through them and we fill up books. And once my personal book is full, then we fill up books and we give them away. So that's one of the things we normally do on this channel. Sometimes I hunt pennies or nickels. Most of these I have already done, except this one section here. Oh, well, thank you, Mikey. That's so sweet of you. So I got this one section of the box here that I didn't get to do the other last Monday because I just ran out of time and I didn't want to. I had just come back from being off for 3 weeks, really sick. So these never got looked at. And the reason I'm taking them out is because I want to empty this other stuff out of here. This needs to go in a different container, and I didn't want to flip it over with that happening. So anyway, that's one of the things we do. We play some crazy games on here. I've got one going right now. And here we go. Yeah, I got this one game going that everybody's got to qualify for. The bot picks out the people who get to play the qualifying round. And it's a little card game called Cats and Dogs. The cats or dogs. And I'll explain it later because I am going to have, I didn't get to do Wednesday night. I was sick. So, so far I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people signed up. We're probably going to sign up 6 more during the course of the evening. And then Wednesday night, we're going to sign up enough people for it to be 30 people who will be having a chance to win a completed quarter book. And I got a couple other little things I'm going to give away. Wednesday is my birthday. I had planned for this to be a much more fun show, but Thursday night, things went crazy. Yeah, I did show that this morning, but I got to tell y'all what happened, and I'm waiting for a few more people to show up. But we had after I did my stream this morning where I showed the things that I was possibly going to sell, and I emphasized possibly several times because, as I told you guys, I really didn't want to sell some of the stuff, but the bill for my car is going to be about $500. I am very happy to report I found the correct wheel for my car, not this other one that they were going to stick on there. That I have aluminum wheels. They were going to stick a cheap steel wheel on that didn't match, and it's not properly weight distributed, but it would have got me running. However, I found somebody about an hour and a half away from me who is parting out a car just like mine. So my sister and I are going to take a little road trip tomorrow. He's given me a real good price, and I'm actually going to pick up 2 of the wheels from that car so that I will have a wheel for the spare, because right now all I have is one of those dumb donut things. So that trip is going to save me, even after I buy my sister's gas and everything, it's probably going to save me $100 on the repairs. So, and I will have the actual proper part for my car. So that helped. But here's the big thing. The whole scope of the auction fundraiser changed right after I did that live stream. And here is how it changed. I got a phone call. I got to get my little piece of paper over here. Hang on. I got a phone call. And we had a donation. And here's the donation. Y'all won't believe this one. Miss Ida Herring. Y'all know Miss Ida. She has a heart of gold, and it may be the only gold that some of us ever get to be around is Miss Ida. Miss Ida called me, and she was very upset that I was selling items from my collection that she knew I didn't want to sell in order to raise money to fix my car. So Miss Ida has thrown a new item into the auction, and it is a biggie. Miss Ida is going to allow me to auction off an 83 by 83 custom made quilt from her quilt shop handmade by her. This is an $800 value. If you walked into Ida's shop and you said, I want to order a custom quilt 83 by 83, the minimum price of that quilt would be $800. Now, she told me two things, actually three things. On this auction, I can start it as low as I want and try to build it up. Yes, exactly. She heard what happened and there she was. The quilt will be a one-of-a-kind item, handmade from beginning to end in Ida's quilt shop, with her supplies, her everything, her talent. The only stipulation on it is that she will not be able to begin work on it until after the cancer auction, which I believe is March the 13th, because she is still finishing up the quilt that she has donated for the cancer auction. But the person who wins that will be the recipient of some of the most incredible fabric artwork you've ever seen. Ida is fabulous. Like I said, if you walked in her shop and said, I want this, it would be a minimum of $800. So I want you to think about that. I am going to put some of my items up, and then we're going to do the quilt, and we're going to see if we have enough to pay for fixing the car at that point, which would allow me to keep some of my treasures, including my 2007. I know James is here drooling all over that because I know he wants it. Yes, and I did show it. And the reason I showed it is I knew I had a lot of small things, and I had no idea that Ida was going to step up like she did. And so I did pull some of my silver rounds and say, I may have to put this in, because one way or the other, I got to raise this money by Wednesday. Now, I am going to tell you, last night I got a $50 donation through PayPal from Budget Bullion. So that helps. I have a fundraiser going on Facebook, and there's $70 in there, and 50 of it I have no idea who came from. It's an anonymous one, and the other came from my friend Patsy down in Georgia. So we still, I don't want to like just have the exact amount he said he thought it would be, and here's why. Once you get into something that is that broken, you can possibly find other things you didn't see on the initial inspection. Like the first time he looked at it, he did not realize that the brake line was skewed. So that brake line, that was a little extra thing. So just to make sure we can cover everything, because my doctors, most of them are, yeah, exactly, Leslie. Once we put this all back together, it probably is going to have to be aligned. And you carry it as a pocket coin. I wish I carry mine hermetically sealed. I mean, I don't have a lot of that kind of stuff. And some of it I won, some of them were given to me. And I traded for some things because like I would get something that I didn't want and somebody else did. And so I just, and I have given a lot of them away. If you go back and you look at some of the giveaways that I've done, I have given away silver rounds, because really I'm more of a constitutional silver kind of girl. I'd rather have real coins. I understand the people that are stackers. I just never, my joy is in real, real currency. So anyway, yes, am I stalling a little bit? Yes, because before I start putting things up, I want to give everybody an opportunity. Some people said, well, I don't get off work till 5, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to try to hang on here for a few minutes. And in the interim, we're going to add some more people to the list of those who can possibly win the prizes on my birthday Wednesday night. And how we're doing that is, if you're in here, you need to post something in the stream, because I have my little friend the Nightbot running. And what we will do, we will pick a person from those who are showing up on the Nightbot, and then we are going to play a game called Cat or Dog. And if you get the right answer, you go on the list of potential winners. And it's pretty easy. I've got 2 decks of cards in this big basket here. One deck has kitties. One deck has doggies. So if you are the person whose name is drawn from the bot, you get to play that part of the game to qualify. Oh, I see some more peoples. Yay, I see Jade Dog. Woof. I see Lester Exton, Silverleaf, Ty Hitman, 308 Bushmaster, Forest Raven. I'm starting to feel a little more loved. And I'll have to tell all these people that just came in, we're going to auction off an Ida Herring custom-made quilt. That was donated right after I did my stream today. It is an $800 value. It is an 83 by 83 quilt. You will get to sit down and talk to Ida and tell her what you want, and she'll work back and forth with you, and you will get the most beautiful piece of fabric art you've ever seen. The lady's phenomenal, and I come from 4 generations of quilters. The lady she makes some beautiful things. Anyway, let me see who Mr. Nightbot says I have. You absolutely may drop a link to Ida. She's actually on vacation right now and stopped to come into my thing and tell me she wanted to talk to me about this, wanted to know how much it was going to cost to fix my car, and she offered to do this. So when you are bidding on this, remember, yes, it is going for my car, and yes, Ida is taking all the money for making it out of her pocket. That is one awesome, awesome lady. Okay, my Nightbot says I got 11 peoples, and that doesn't seem right because my screen says there's 18. So some of you either don't want to be involved in the Wednesday night birthday party giveaway, or you just haven't punched the little buttons yet and got yourself in there. Because if you don't type something into it, it will not pick you up. I'm going to read the names who are on the list right now. And if you don't hear your name, you need to type a 1 or a 7 or a something, something, something into the stream. I have, in semi-alphabetical order, 308 Bushmaster, Archaeology Mikey Dub 07, Forest Raven, my brother Handy Andy 73-6, J Dog, Dale Brett, Leslie W, Lester Exton, Mud Swat, Silverleaf, the incredibly lucky James Zeller, and Ty Hitman. If I did not read your name, my bot doesn't know you're in here. So you're going to have to type something into the little section over there and make sure you get on the list. And yeah, I know I look kind of, I'm not feeling real good, so I'm not all snazzed up. Sometimes I put on makeup and do all that, but honey, I'm lucky I'm even sitting here. I'm still freaked out about the fact that I actually got that car off the road. If you saw the thumbnail for this, that is the actual what was left of the wheel of my car. That's not a made-up picture. That is the front of my car. Holy crap on a cracker, as Penny said on Big Bang one night. All right, so it says there's 21 in the room, and the Nightbot says there's only 12 of you. So what is going on? I don't know what's going on here. Where's the other 10, 12 of you that haven't posted anything? I'm gonna reset the bot. That's what I'm gonna do. Make sure it is picking up every person. So I want all of you to type 96. Type 96 into the stream. That seems to be the only way I'm going to be able to do it, is to just start the whole bot over. Sometimes it does this. I don't know why. Because it's a bot. It is a bot. So while y'all do that, and then I'll read the list back. Oh, cute, Lester. Cute. Lester's got to spell it. It doesn't matter if you spell it out or type the number. And it really doesn't matter what number you type. I just picked that one because I got 96 tears. There it is. I knew somebody would do it. James Eller, 96 tears. You better believe it, baby. My poor friend question mark was so upset when he found out that this happened to my car, because he was actually there when I bought that car up in Michigan. He was one of the very first people that rode in my car. And I got it stuck that day too, going in his farm on the farm road. I got stuck in the mud. The car's got a lot of history, and I love my little car. They don't make them anymore. And so, well, I'm still only getting 11 people out of 20. So I'm going to give it 1 minute, and then no, Leslie, what caused it? There's nothing broken in the suspension. 3 weeks ago, I had to take my car. Virginia has a very intensive auto inspection. I mean, they take a tire off and they look at your brakes and your suspension parts and all kinds of stuff. Well, 3 weeks ago, I had to get my car inspected. so that I could transfer my tags and everything to Virginia. So when they inspected my car, they have to circle on the form which tires they removed to look at. And they removed the right rear and the left front. Apparently, they did not put the lug nuts back on correctly. They did not tighten them. Now, I have been sick for 3 weeks. So after I got the car inspected that day, I brought the car home, which is maybe 2 miles. And I really have probably driven the car in the past 3-4 weeks, a total of maybe 5 miles, until Thursday, when I had to go to Blacksburg, Virginia, which is about 65 miles away, to have some medical procedures done. I went and got my procedures done. I stopped at the grocery and stopped and got a hamburger. I got on the interstate, and about 3 exits down, the car started shaking, and I initially thought I had a flat tire. And that quickly proved to be incorrect. The vibration of the tire going up and down like this sheared every one of the wheel studs off, and the tire flew off the car. Thankfully, it went down a ravine. It did not hit any other cars. Nobody hit it. Unfortunately, we couldn't retrieve it because it was down the ravine. I'm on the inside lane. I was trying to get to the outside lane to get off when the vibrations started. And I went between a space between 2 semi trucks and off the side of the road into the grass and stopped. There was a Virginia State patrol about 6 cars back. He saw the whole thing, pulled over. And the first thing he said, he looked a little surprised that it was an old lady driving the car, because of how I handled it. But he came up and he said, I already had my insurance card in my hand because I was going to call for towing. And he said that I did a stellar job of driving the car. Now, here's the problem, Ty. I called the garage and their attitude was, prove it. And it is very hard to prove it because the wheel didn't come off until 3 weeks later. That's because I wasn't driving the car. But anyway, cost me $150 to tow it home. And then my mechanic looked at it. We had it towed to his shop. And he said there is absolutely nothing in the suspension that is broken. And that in fact, my mechanic said, do you have an enemy or something that would like want to leave your lug nuts off? So even though we know where it happened, we know when it happened, there is no way to actually prove what they did, as much as I would like to, like I said, like he said, prove it. Well, of course, that's not covered by my insurance. So the only thing I can do is pay for the repairs myself and make sure in the future that if anybody ever takes a wheel off of my car, that I make sure that everything is tightened. I don't think that was the case here because with anybody trying to steal it, because we have security cameras here. I have one pointed at my car. So it did not happen here. And So anyway, that's what happened. Nothing in the suspension is broken unless it shows up later. They will not let you tie. When they take your car to the inspection thing, they make you sit in the waiting room. You don't even get to see what they're looking at. So that's out. But I am going to, even though it's a privately owned business, they represent several tire companies, and I'm going to write letters to every one of them. Okay, let's see where we're at here with the Nightbot. Nightbot says I got 14 people and there's 19 in the chat. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to draw our first little card. We're going to get a couple people registered, and then we're going to start auctioning off some things and selling off some stuff. So whoever's name I pick with my bot, and a receipt for what? It's an inspection. They give you a piece of paper that says you passed or you failed, and they give you, on the back it has a diagram that they circle which tires they took off. And even though those things are circled on there, that does not because it didn't happen like 10 minutes later. You know, I drove the car home. They didn't fall off then, but it was only 3 miles. But when I made an 80-mile trip, then it fell off. Okay, let's see. Let me read the list real quick, and then I'm going to pull a card, and we're going to start playing this game, and then we're going to start selling some stuff. Okay, so far we have 308 Bushmaster Archaeology, Mikey, Billy, SCGP, Caribbean Coins, Del Brett, Forrest Raven, Handy Andy 73.6, J-Dog, Leslie W., Lester Exton, Mud Swat, Silverleaf, Lucky James Eller, Metal Detecting Channel, and Ty Hitman. So one of those people is going to get to play the game here. Whoever's name comes up when I push this button, and I'm going to push this button right now. Del Brett. Okay, Del Brett. You are going to get a chance to get registered for Wednesday night's giveaway. And what you got to do, Del, if you're still here, let me know if you're still here. That's the first thing, is I have playing cards in here. Some have pictures of cats. Some have pictures of dogs. You get to select cat or dog, and if you pick correctly, your name goes on the list, and you have a chance to win on my birthday, Wednesday night. You will have a chance to win one of the prizes. So, are you still here, Dell? Hey, Jesse. Hi, Scratch. I'm not seeing Dell. There's Dell. Dell wants a cat. Let's see what he gets. My cat approves of your selection, Dell. We got Kitty. Dell gets an entry. Woohoo! Now I come on Wednesday at 6 p.m. and we're probably going to be on for a while on Wednesday because it is my birthday. And I'm not going to let any of the crap that has happened to me ruin my birthday. And just to let me put a little icing on that cake. The next morning after I got back from all this, I've been separated from my husband, but I've been handling all of his business affairs, had his power of attorney, all this stuff since 2008. Friday morning, I get a happy birthday divorce papers. So, yeah. So I'm dealing with divorce and messed up stuff. Okay, we're going to pull a couple more people, and then we're going to start with this auctioning thing. So we got Dell. And by the way, you can win more than one entry. I am not excluding that. The next victim, next person to choose, We got a few more people in here, so the list has gotten a little longer, and now there's 17 on the list. And our next person to pick their card, it's that lucky James Eller, who already has one entry in here, but we'll let him play along. He is the luckiest thing. You want dog or cat, James? You want dog or cat? Dog or kitty? He wants a dog. Let's see what we get. Doggy! Ding, ding, ding. James Eller goes on the list. All right. To do a couple more real quick, and then I'm going to set this aside. And we're going to pick a whole bunch of them on Wednesday. But I wanted to make sure I have at least 30. So that's... And I'm trying to get myself in a good mood because this week has really been a stinker. All right, here we go. Next person to Caribbean Coins. Oh, cool. That is a cool logo, by the way. All right, Cece, what you want? Cat, dog? The other night, somebody wanted a donkey, but that was big country, so it was to be expected. Cat or dog? Cat or dog? I'm just going to keep shaking them up, Dog. D-A-W-G, dog. Ding, ding, ding. Meh, we got a kitty. Sorry. Thanks for playing. Didn't get an entry this time. Maybe on the next one. I'm going to hit a couple more real quick. No, I don't think he left. Sometimes he just gets quiet. Leslie W. Dog or cat? Hey, Coyote. We're about ready to start doing some auction stuff in a minute. I'm just trying to get my few more entries in for my birthday bash on Wednesday. Leslie wants a dog. Leslie got a kitty. All right, one more, and then I'm going to explain the auction and stuff again, because there's a lot more people here that don't know about that big prize that got donated. All right, one more. 308 Bushmaster. The dog or the cat? The dog or the cat? $308 wants a cat. What do you think, M3? Should we get him a cat? Da-da-da! Kitty! 308 is entered in Wednesday night's giveaway. And by the way, this is going to be you don't have to be present to win. I'd prefer that you were, since it's my birthday party, but yeah. All right, this is the last one, and then we're going to move on to the reason that I'm here, which is sad, unfortunately. I'd rather it just be here to play games and stuff, but J-Dog. Gee, I wonder what J-Dog's going to pick. J-Dog, kitty or puppy? Kitty or puppy for J-Dog? Kitty or puppy? I can't imagine what J-Dog would choose. Kitty or puppy? Kitty or puppy? Woof, woof. What you want, J-Dog? What you want? What you want, J-Dog? Tell me now. Puppy or kitty? Dog. Woof. Woof, 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 woof. Da, da, da. Oh, J-Dog. Dude, you got a cat. Oh, my stars. All right. Well, that's enough of those for a while. Now I'm going to go back real quick. And first, I'm going to get a drink. So I'm going to give you guys a little, got to watch a commercial. I'm going to make you watch a commercial while I get a drink. I think you'll find it amusing. Some of you might be old enough to know what it is. If I can get it to play. All right, here we go.
She is so bright. On her blackboard you can write. She has a desk, she has a seat. What's your name, my darling? My name is Susie Smart. She can talk.
She can talk. What could she add?
You can spell. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. You recite.
Press the button. She does a dozen things, complete with desk, blackboard, and seat. Susie Smart, sold at food markets only.
I'm sorry, I just had to. I just had to do it. Yep, there's your commercial break brought to you by Susie Smart, sold only in supermarkets. When I was a kid, that was my toy I wanted more than any toy on the market. And I never got one, but I got the nickname from that because it was a doll that could add and subtract and recite and do math. And I was like a bookworm brat. So, yeah, brought to you by Susie Smart, circa 1960. There you go. All right. So here's what happened after I put all of the items up there that I thought I might be selling. And I said some of them and some of them maybe not, because I was hoping I would get enough donations that I wouldn't have to sell some of them. And right after that, we had a phone conversation with Miss Ida Herring. Now, those of you who are familiar with Ida Herring, she runs a quilt store and makes custom-made quilts that are just unbelievable. Miss Ida has changed the whole focus of this auction. She has donated an 83 by 83 custom-made quilt, one of a kind. You will talk to Ida. You will design your quilt together. This is a value of $800 that Ida has donated for me to auction off. I don't know if anybody has this kind of money that wants to spend it, but that's going to be the first thing we give away. And I don't have a picture because you guys are going to be the ones that design it with her. Now, the only stipulation that she placed on it is that she will not be able to work on it until after the cancer auction, which is, I believe, March the 13th. But whoever wins that You will be dealing with Miss Ida Herring, who y'all know is one of the most generous people on earth. Yeah, there will be a reserve on it. I talked to her and she told me, she said, don't make the reserve so high that nobody can afford to buy it. So the starting bid on it, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not a super high starting bid, but we can't, you know, I mean, I don't want Ida to just give $800 worth of work away on my behalf for 50 bucks. That's just not going to happen. So, but by the same token, I don't want to price it where nobody will be interested in bidding on it. So I'm actually going to make it the first item, because if I can make most or part, you know, a big chunk of what I need to fix the car, then some of the items that I really, really wanted to keep, I won't have to auction, or I won't have to sell. And that was her concern. She knew that some of the items that she saw there were things she knew I didn't want to really part with, but I was only doing it because I had to. So, do a little typing real quick. Because I couldn't give anybody this on the list because I didn't know about it. I didn't know about it till after I did my video where I ran down the items. So anyway, that was her only stipulation. I mean, she's providing the work, the fabric, everything to do this. The only stipulation is it has to come after the cancer auction, which would give whoever wins this time to come up with an idea of what they want to do on their quilt. Now I'm going to ask you guys, please don't go stupid and request extremely complicated designs, because she's not going to do that. But she will do, like I've seen where she has done people's channel sticker logos, things like that. I mean, really cool, beautiful things. I also need to tell you, I don't know how to pronounce this word, and rarely do I run into something I don't know how to pronounce, but my bank has this thing, I think it's pronounced Zelle, Zelle, where that you can donate through Zelle, and they do not take any fees out. So I will accept Zelle, I will accept PayPal. I also have Square, but I can't get into my account, so I can't really use it right now. But I do have those two options. I'm going to work on getting Google Pay and some other stuff later, but I got too much on my plate right now. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Andy. Andy, you are on it, baby. And some of you are going to go, when you see the starting bid, but, you know, bear in mind, this is a quilt that if you walked into her shop, the low end would be $800. They run $800 to $1,100 for this size. So I discussed it with Ida, and if I can't at least get this starting bid, then we're not going to do it, because it's an incredible thing she has offered to do. So, and I hope I hope you guys understand what a cool thing you're being offered. So you can go over to her page and you can see some of her quilts hanging in the background on on the She Shop shows in the morning. So the first one I'm going to do is this. And like I said, you get to work with her, picking your colors, picking your design. She will make that quilt from the beginning to the end. And her work is quality. It is beautiful, beautiful stuff. And like I said, I come from generations of fabric artists and quilters, and it was so awesome of her to step up. So the starting bid on the quilt is $175. This is an $800+ quilt, which you get to design. Now, I was thinking in my head, you know, if I was the one doing this, I have a band that I really I grew up with and I love, and I think I really think I would have to get their logo on a quilt and then donate it to their charity. But anyway, so that's the starting bid, and I was afraid this was going to happen and I was going to get a bunch of crickets. But y'all can think about that one for a few minutes. Yeah, Ida was on there. Yeah, it wasn't that peacock. Oh my God. That was incredible. It looked like it was alive. She is such an artist. I hope somebody will get generous. That $175. Ida actually told me not to start higher. She actually said, this is about what the things. All right, we have Leslie W. at 175. That's, like I said, I need about 500, maybe a little more, to make sure that the car is safe for me to drive back and forth to the doctors. So right now we're at 175, and I'm going to let this one float for a few minutes because I know you really got to think when you spend that kind of money, but her work is so phenomenal, and you could get this as a gift for someone. You know, there's a lot of people right now that are shut in because of all of the health things that are going on. And, you know, you could get, like, one of my cousins has a quilt that has a family tree on it, and it has like the parents' names in blocks, and then it has all the children's names, and it is absolutely beautiful. And, you know, you could get something like that, like Leslie says, you could pass that down to your children, your grandchildren. This isn't something that's going to fall apart in a couple of weeks. I mean, these are heirloom type items, like Leslie said. So I'm going to just let this one float for a couple of minutes because I know it's a lot of money. I do. I understand that. But it was a most incredible offer that she made to help me get, you know, because I can't get to my medical appointments without it. And yeah, she has done things like that. There was one she did, I forgot whose channel it was. It has a dragon. Oh my gosh, that thing was so intricate and beautiful. You know, Ida every year has been making quilts for the Susan Komen Cancer Research fundraiser. This year, the quilt that she's doing, she had a whole bunch of us send in our channel stickers, and she's putting the artwork from the channels on there. Imagine how much work that is. Yeah, $500. And it, you know, it depends on the size of the quilt. This is like a full size, I mean, a king size. This will go on a king size bed. It's a real thing. So I'm going to leave that up there. I'm going to go over here to the Nightbot, see who's in here. We might add a couple more. No, my auctions today, actually, we are doing something different than we had planned, because if you look on my screen, Ida Herring offered to make and donate a custom quilt worth $800. Okay, we're going to draw some more cat and dog people while I give you guys time to think. Do you really want to hurt Ida's feelings by only bidding $175 on her $800 quilt? Okay, let's see who else is going to get to play cats and dogs. Billy, SCGP, are you still in the house? Are you still in the house, Billy? If you are, Archaeology Mikey says $200, and we'll let you custom it and keep it if I win the quilt. Wow. Billy wants an elephant. So right now, Archaeology Mikey is at $200. That is so generous of you, Mikey. Billy wants a dog. Let's see if he can get in the contest. Uh-oh. Them pesky feline kitties. He got you. Sorry, Billy. Draw a couple more here real quick. Trying to get a few more people in. Armando, for a chance to get entered in Wednesday night's giveaway at my birthday party, which is probably going to be was definitely going to be a full quarter book, but there's going to be, the quilt will be whatever you want it to be. It is a custom quilt. You will, or whoever wins the bid, will sit down and talk to Ida, and you will design the quilt with her, and she will make it. As long as it's not like something crazy with like 597,000 little pieces like that. But things like logos and pictures and that kind of stuff, she does an incredible job. Just absolutely phenomenal stuff. That's what she does for a living. She's not just some little amateur lady sitting in her little chair there, you know, sewing scraps together off the floor. She is seriously talented. Armando wants a dog. Yeah, oh, her quilts are incredible. Okay, Armando wanted a dog, and guess what, Armando? You are entered in the Wednesday night draw, and you got you a little weenie dog. Woohoo! Now, what will happen is all of these people will then be placed in the drawing for the big prizes, and I one of them is the quarter book, and I'm also going to put a piece of silver with that, and I got another couple of things to give away that are pretty decent prizes as well. Let's get one more, and then I'm going to start crying and moaning if we don't get a better bid. Handy Andy 73-6. Kitty or puppy? Kitty or puppy? Well, yeah, the car repair is the whole reason for this. I live in the Blue Ridge Mountains in a small town. I have to travel sometimes 150, 200 miles to see medical specialists, and I have 9 of them. Kitty cat, Jack Joe, come out, Jack Joe. Uh-oh. Somebody's fuzzy little dog messed up and took off and chased Jack Joe out of there. Doggone him. You got a dog. Sorry, brother. Let's pull one more, and then I'm going to talk a little more about the quilt, and we'll make a decision here. Let me push this button. One more go. Jessie, oh, cat or pup? Kitty or dog? 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 Man, it feels like there's a cat fight going on in here. Come on, y'all. They're going crazy up in there. Jumping all around, scratching. Oh, man, quit licking each other's butts. Jesse bid 225. Okay, Jesse's at 225, or somebody's at 225. I don't know. Who's at 225? And Jesse, you want a cat or a dog? No, the quilt is not the only thing that's going to be auctioned off. But I did the quilt first because the reason Ida gave me the quilt was so that some of the things that I was going to auction off that I really didn't want to part with, that I would be able to keep some of those rather than have to part with things. She saw a couple of things that I put up there, and she knew I did not want to give those things up, but that I was giving them up because I had to fix the car. Okay, Jesse, I need to know, dog or cat? There's not one that has a quilt on it, so I need a dog or cat. So anyway, because there were like 3 or 4 items there that I put in there that I really didn't want to let go, but I knew they would probably be items that would give me the best chance of making the money that I need. Okay, I guess Jesse's not gonna, I know she's having problems with her phone, and she's on her phone. So I don't know if she's going to answer the cat or dog or not. So we'll come back to her on that. I know she's here, and she did post, and she's the high bidder on the quilt right now. So let me pull one more name real quick. Marty. Marty's nuts. Yeah. You want cat or dog? He posted a picture of a dog earlier, so I'm going to guess he's going to pick a dog. You want a dog? A dog? A dog, a dog, a dog, a dog, a dog. A dog, a dog, a dog. Or a cat, a cat, a cat. What do you want, Marty? He's got a picture of a dog there. I'm going to assume he wants a dog. Puppy says he wants a pupper. Da, da, da. He is entered. He is entered in Wednesday night's giveaway birthday party. All right. All right. We're going to put that down now. And I know that what I did in the video this afternoon, everything changed when Ida donated the quilt, because she did that. Like, one of the items that I am no longer going to sell is my World War II coins and stamps. I bought this in an auction that got me chucked permanently off of the Shibby Rob show because people were rooting for me to win it. And anyway, I got blamed for it. So this I got to put with my dad's Army stuff, and I'm going to put it all in a frame. And so I think, and Ida knew that. Okay, I did go ahead and pick somebody else, Jesse. So Ida knew I had tears in my eyes when I was showing that. So that's part of why she donated it. I mean, there's a couple other things in there that are, I really don't want to sell, but I will if I can't make enough money to fix my car. Right now, the bid for the Ida Herring custom quilt, which is 83 by 83. It is a good size quilt. You will consult with Ida, tell her what you want on the quilt, the colors, etc., and she will make that quilt for you. It's not something you're going to be able to walk into Walmart or something like that and pick out. If you walked into Ida's quilt store, it would cost you at least $800. So, and the purpose of it, of course, for those who have missed, is I have to fix my car, which I am so grateful that nobody was injured due to some negligence. Somebody didn't put my lug nuts on correctly after they had my wheel off, and I was on Interstate 81 in rush hour traffic, and the wheel flew off my car. Now, those of you who, some of you may not have seen that. I showed it earlier. Get that off my screen. Try to pull this up here again and let you take a look at it, at what the end result is. It's pretty bad. It's not funny. No, I can't get there from here. I got to open the tab first. There's, like the guy said when I called him to talk to about it, Miss Southern Belle, their attitude is prove it. And it's very hard to prove something like that. Once you have driven away from the shop, they can say you did it. They can say your neighbor did it. They can say your kid did it. I do intend to write some letters about it because it was done at a Virginia state approved inspection station, a place that is supposed to keep your car safe. And instead of keeping me safe, it almost got a bunch of people killed. And it's a good thing I have a substantial amount of stock car racing experience. Otherwise, some people no doubt would have gotten severely hurt. Oh, yeah, baby. I'm going to show you a picture in a minute, Kenneth. I'm trying to pull it up now. Oh, yeah, it's sheared off the studs. All right. Yeah, baby. Doing 65 miles an hour. I'm on the inside lane trying, when the vibrations start, I'm trying to get out. And somehow I managed to go between two semis and get off the road without getting anybody hurt. The tire went down a ravine, so it did not, fortunately, cause anyone an injury of any kind. I was really, really blessed about that, but the car's kind of messed up. In fact, it's real messed up. And I know I couldn't get the wheel and tire back, and that's a big chunk of the expense right there. And I have a car they don't make anymore, and so finding the proper wheel, I spent 2 days doing that, and I have located one. Actually, I've located 4. I'm going to get 2 of them, so I have one for my spare. But I'm trying to get this picture to open. Well, I have been going on some local, for some reason, this picture doesn't want to open. But I used the picture as the thumbnail for this video, so you can go back later. We don't have any junkyards here, Miss Southern Belle. They don't even allow them in my county, but I am going tomorrow. I spent Friday, Saturday, and Sunday searching junkyards and so forth, and I found a salvage yard about an hour and a half south of me, where they just happened to have a car, same year, same make, everything as mine, and he is giving me a very good deal on 2 wheels, and he's going to pull them for me because he knows I'm disabled. Kenneth, it is a 2005 Chevy Malibu Max. It's not the regular Malibu. It was a special edition car they only made from, I think, 2003 or 2004 to 2007. It uses a lot of Malibu parts, but the wheels and that stuff are not the same. It's basically a Malibu with a hatchback. And I love my car. And the guy is it is worth it to me financially to drive down there and get these 2 wheels. I will still come out cheaper than I would if I ordered the cheapest one we found online. And what the mechanic was going to have to do, and I didn't want done, is that they were going to stick a steel wheel on there that I know enough about cars to know you put a steel wheel on one wheel and you've got aluminum ones that weigh a completely different weight on the other 3. No, I wanted the right wheels, and I found them on my own. And I actually, because we're going to go get them, I'm actually going to be saving close to $100 on the repairs. How long ago did they inspect my car? 3 weeks ago, Mikey. And as you will remember, all of you who are on my channel, where have I been for the past 3 weeks? I've been sick in bed. So I got the car inspected. I went on January the 22nd and got my tags. And then I had to go back to the inspection because some things had failed. And they give you like 15 days or something. So, yeah, I got to replace the rotor, the wheel bearing, the studs, a brake line that got bent when I went off the road, the wheel, the tire, and hopefully nothing else. But that's enough right there. Now, I have a really good mechanic who is really honest, and he is not overcharging me by any sense of the word, but I just happened to find a better deal on the wheel. So my sister and I are going to go pick that up, and it's going to save me about $100. But to err on the side of caution, I want to make sure I have a little extra money in case once he gets into it, he finds some other thing, because no doubt on top of that, we're going to have to realign the front end. So that's where it's at. I'm going to beg and plead here. Miss Ida has put an $800 quilt out here that she is going, she's going to make a custom quilt for somebody that is worth at the minimum $800. Right now, our high bid is Jessie O at $225. So give you guys about another 5 minutes or so to see how generous you really want to be. And if I didn't have all these doctors that are like 100 miles away and stuff, I wouldn't be so pressed. But because of my health issues, we don't have the doctors here where I live. I have to go to them. Oh, I have made several posts already, Miss Southern Belle. And I also found 2 or 3 other people who told me that when they went for their inspection, they were told that this or that needed to be fixed on their cars. They took them to other mechanics, and the other mechanics said, no, they're just trying to suck money out of you. So I am going to complain to the state of Virginia, to the Department of Motor Vehicles, because this is one of their authorized inspection stations, and this happened during my inspection. Even though they don't want to admit it, they actually circled on the form which tires they removed, and they wrote down the mileage. And then when I took it back to have it redone, I took it to a different place because I was just not happy with them. And I also, my mechanic said, here, I'll take it for you. You're sick. So he took it to a different place, and they also have the mileage. So you can show, and the second place didn't have to take any tires or anything off because all that had failed on my car was a brake light. So anyway, we got going once at 225. I really was hoping that we would do better on that, just because Ida is, she's putting out an $800 quilt there. But 225 will go a long way towards fixing my car, and I am very grateful to Jessie. If anybody wants to jump in, Jessie is right now going once at $225. And see, right now, it's crazy because I'm trying to work on the car thing, but the next day I got served with divorce papers. And I have 20 days from the day I was served to respond to those. So I gotta just like quickly get the car fixed. Jessie, you're bidding against yourself, girl. You're already at 225. You're such a sweet pea. I love you, Jessie. Anyway, so I've got to just like get the car thing together really quick. And then I've got to get back on getting these legal papers done because they have to get back down to Florida within that 20-day period. So my head is just like, I've already had to cancel one doctor's appointment because I knew I wasn't going to be able to get to it. And the day that it was on, both my sister and my niece were unable to transport me. Jessie knows she's bidding against herself, and she's just raising the price a little bit more. Oh, I love you, Jessie. Oh, I don't know about that, Jessie, but I have a feeling that I probably should have asked that, actually. I don't know. But I know that Ida uses pirate ships, so she uses the least expensive way to ship, and she may well include the shipping. I don't know. I when she was telling me this, I was crying like a baby. So I didn't even think to ask her that. I wonder if I can email her real quick and see if I can get a response. I'm gonna give it a go anyway. I know she's on vacation, but she emailed me earlier. Actually, y'all hold down the fort here for just a second. I'm gonna run in my bedroom and grab my phone. And I'm gonna see if I can call her real quick and ask her that question. So I'll be right back. M3, hold down the fort. I'm on my way back. I gotta find the email she sent me. I gotta find her phone. I gotta find her phone number in my phone. Not yet. We're on. Jessie keeps bidding herself up. Jessie right now has bid herself up to 235. I don't know. Where did you bid yourself up to, Jessie? 235, I think, is, yeah, she has bid herself up to 235, and we'll work out the shipping on it one way or the other, Jess. So don't worry about that. So we already did going once, but that was before Jessie bid herself up. She's at 235, and that is a steal of a deal, sweetheart. I mean, anybody that has seen Ida's work knows, that she is giving away something that you just can't duplicate. Everything she does she never makes anything. Yeah, everything is so perfectly constructed. Her designs are beautiful. Her color selections are immaculate, and they are usable items. Yeah, some people say, oh, they're so pretty and you hang them on the wall, but truth be told, they are a usable quilt. They're of a quality that is a family heirloom quality that you could pass down through your family for generations. Yeah, it's warm. I'd have found out just how warm her quilts are when the snow came through Texas. She did indeed. All right, I will hold on. I mean, because the goal here, Ida didn't want me to have to part with some of my things if I didn't have to. And I am so grateful for that. And like I said, in addition to having to fix my car, I've also got some legal deals that I got to do with this divorce. I am going to request in the divorce that he be held responsible for paying the legal fees. And I think after I file my answer to his divorce complaint, they will see why. But I am going to pick up the box here. I did definitely take one item out already, but there's still plenty in here. And if I don't get to it tonight, I'll come back on tomorrow. We'll do stuff in my birthday party. We'll do whatever it takes for me to get enough money to pay to fix my car. I had, even in my racing days, I never have had a wheel fly off my car. Have I seen it happen? Oh my goodness, yes. Many years ago, I was sitting in the pit grandstands at Sunshine Speedway in St. Petersburg, Florida, and a wheel and tire came off one of the cars and it cleared the fence, and I grabbed this friend of mine's little kid. At least 500, Armando, where 500 is the figure I'm shooting for. There may, after he gets into it, have some other things turn up. We hope not, but the price he quoted me was around 4. But then he said, but it may be a little higher if I find something else in there. You know, he's looked at it twice. Hopefully we're not going to find anything else in there besides that. The second time he looked at it, he found the kink in the brake line, where the brake line got bent, because I actually went up and into the dirt and, yeah, did a little, you know, to get it off the road. Unfortunately, another time, I was actually in a race car at Golden Gate Speedway in Tampa, Florida, getting ready to go out for what they used to call powder puff, which was when they let the girls drive the guys' cars. So my friend Carl had spent a lot of time setting this car up for me to drive, and I'm in the car, I'm strapped in, I'm getting ready to pull up in line, and a wheel came off a car on the track. It went through the grandstands. Unfortunately, 3 people were killed by this. It still had part of the axle attached. It came across and it slammed down on the hood of the car I was sitting in, and blood went all over my windshield. And I wanted to just get out. I was screaming. I just wanted to get out of the car. And my friend Carl said, no, you ladies are going to have to go out there and run this race like nothing happened. Because, yeah, well, hold on, Billy. He said, you're going to have to go out there because otherwise people over in the regular grandstands are going to panic. We need to keep those people focused on the racing until we can get the ambulances and all of the everything here and get this area secured. So they took the water hose and they washed the blood off the car. They took my hood off and popped the dent out of it. And I didn't want to go. I didn't want to drive. I did not want to drive. And I'm sitting there. Carl is handing me Tums, and I'm eating these Tums like crazy. But 14 ladies in those cars went out on that track and drove a race like nothing had happened. So anytime somebody says women don't belong on the racetrack, they can bite me, because that night it was the ladies who kept that facility from going into a mass panic. And I knew the people who died. And I'm going to tell you, the next night, their families had their race cars back out at Sunshine Speedway in St. Pete, because they said that's what our family would have wanted. We walked around, all those ladies, after we raced, we walked around with our helmets and collected money for those families to bury those people. So that is all going through my head when I realized the wheel had come off my car in rush hour traffic on the interstate. I mean, I did that little live stream from the car so I wouldn't lose my mind out there. I was so afraid somebody might have been hurt or killed because that tire came off. I'm sorry. So I am so thankful. God protected everybody. I don't know how, but nobody got hurt except my wallet. I called my insurance. They're not going to cover it. I didn't think they would, but my sister told me to call anyway. So I did. And of course, no, they're not going to cover that. I have posted the story several times on local forums around here and reviews, because they were actually really mean to me the day that I went there. They were ruder than heck. And I think part of it was when I went, I still had my Georgia plates, and this is one of those towns where if you haven't been here for 6 or 7 generations, they'll look at you and go, "You don't belong here, do you?" Yeah, it's a little kind of like Deliverance. It's crazy. Well, thank you, Andy. I appreciate, or I mean, Mikey, I appreciate that. And Andy, I appreciate you too. I'm trying to decide what I want to put up next. I got a lot of things that are not particularly expensive, but they're nice. And then I got some things. Oh, I know, Warner. I mean, I was a crew chief on a race car when they didn't allow women to be crew chiefs on a race car. And I had a punch list. I had a clipboard. I had my list. And I went around that car with that punch list and made sure every single thing was done. And you know why? Not just for safety, but because I knew if something went wrong, it was going to be, that damn girl shouldn't have been out there doing that. So anything I did on the car, I had to make sure it was absolutely perfect. Because if I didn't, A, it wasn't good for the team, and B, I was going to take twice as much crap. They used to call, I got to give a shout out to my buddy. He still owns a race car. He doesn't drive anymore. I got a buddy, lives down in Inverness, Florida. His name is Gordon Brown. And Gordon Brown actually had the guts to have a female crew chief. And that was me. And they started calling him Twinkie Racer. And what was the other one? Cream Puff Racer and Twinkie Racer. And, making fun of Gordy because he had girls working on his car. He also has 14-year-old daughter was also on our pit crew. And so and we also had the prettiest car. We raced figure eights. I don't know if you know what figure eights are, but it's where you drive the car in an 8 pattern and you cross at the intersection. And the idea is to not get hit when you're going through that intersection. Well, everybody figured, oh, they've got that pretty car. They're going to just back off at the intersection because it's pretty. The car's too pretty, and they're not going to want to mess it up. Well, it didn't take long for my buddy Gordy to become Gordon the Hitman Brown, because they found out if you pulled in front of that pretty car, he was not going to back off. If he was leading the race, you were done. He was going to smash it. Well, the first race we won with the car was the NASCAR Mid-Season Championship, which was a big race at the time. And because they had called him Twinkie Racer, we just had a feeling we were going to win that race. We had worked so hard, and I had gone down the punch list, made sure everything was like it was supposed to be. Well, we stopped at the bakery surplus store, and I bought I think it was 14 cartons of individually wrapped Twinkies. You see where we're going with this? They called us the Twinkie Racers. Well, when we won that race, we're all out on the front straightaway, because that's what they did. They take you all out there and you get your picture taken with the NASCAR officials and all that stuff. And we started, Gordy is up on the roof of the car, jumping up and down like a little kid. We started throwing Twinkies into the crowd. You know, we're just throwing them over the fence. We didn't get called Twinkie Racers anymore, but every week we would bring Twinkies and we would throw them to the fans. And that's how our driver got Driver of the Year, most popular driver, the Twinkie Racing Team. So, yeah, I do know that you can miss something like a lug nut, but when you're doing safety inspections, I took a safe car in and drove a death trap out. So many people could have gotten killed when that wheel came off. And I'm thinking about all of these things in my past where people did get killed. And I'm still shook, but now I'm mostly mad because it was the inspection station. And I'm not letting them off the hook. I'm just going to give them about a week to reply to the things that I've already put out there. And in that week, I got to finish up my divorce papers. And then I'm going back after them with a vengeance. Because what if it hadn't been me? What if it had been this old lady down the hallway from me who has no idea of anything about cars? There would have been a 15-car pile up and a bunch of dead people out on I-81. And like I said, my racing experience, I 100% credit my racing experience for the fact that nobody got hurt. I mean, granted, I didn't have a lot of control about where the wheel went when it came off, but I did have control over where the car was, which did have some control over the fact that the wheel went down the ravine instead of down the highway. So, yeah, well, I've never been in a state like the inspection they do in Virginia. I was flabbergasted. I'm standing there reading this big sign list of all of the things. You know, Jesse, I had that same feeling. I had that same feeling that my buddy Tommy, guardian angel, I learned many, the left front, Bill, left front. I learned so much of my racing stuff from Tommy. So yeah, it was scary. All right. We've been waiting and holding off on this thing, and where are we at even, Jesse? You've been bidding yourself up periodically on this quilt. I think she's at 240 on this $800 Ida Herring custom made quilt. We were holding off to see if some other people were interested. I'm going to describe it again real quick. Ida Herring is a professional quilt maker. She has the Ida Herring She Shop show every morning here on YouTube, and she is a coin person. And she called me right after I did the video showing some of the things that I was going to put up for auction, and told me she knew I didn't want to sell some of those things, and offered up a custom 83 by 83 custom made quilt that would, starting price in her store on that quilt would be $800. She will work with you. You will tell her your colors, your idea for your design, whatever. Ida will make it for you. So whatever money is bid for that quilt right now goes towards the repair of my car. And if somehow I have any money left over from the repair of the car, that will go to my lawyer, who is the next morning after this accident, I got served with divorce papers by someone that I have been partially helping to financially support while he lives in an assisted living facility, and I have taken care of bills and had his power of attorney and everything since 2008, even though I knew he had other girlfriends and stuff. He's a disabled vet. He has brain injuries. I tried to be a nice person. His new girlfriend has kind of twisted his cap. And so I got smacked with divorce papers that I only have 20 days to respond to. And I'm on day 4 or 5 right now. So if there is any money left, which I don't think there will be, from the car, then it'll go towards getting these legal papers back down there in an expedient manner. I wish I could have them sent by my attorney, but right now I'm having to do all of them myself. I did get the paperwork. I did talk to the attorney. He told me what to say on them, but I'm actually doing the work. It's, you know, I've been sick for a month. I was still sick when I went up there on that trip. The trip was not a pleasure cruise. It was to have a CAT scan, and then I had two ear, nose, and throat people examining me that day. They're trying to figure out why my hearing is coming and going, and they're planning on putting some tubes in my ears because I can't get the fluid out of there. So I had just been through all that. Get in my car, I'm like maybe 20 miles down the road when all of this other stuff happened. So I don't like asking people for money. I don't like selling my personal property. If I don't raise enough, my only other viable option is to take my guitar and put it in a pawn shop and hope I don't lose it. But all right, Billy said he tried, but he couldn't get anybody else shook up and interested. So I think Right now we have Jesse at 240 is on a last call. As Raven was saying last night, last call for alcohol. I had so much fun last night. I was so depressed until I went into mod for Raven, and he just had me laughing. And I'm glad I was in there last night. He did his format a little bit looser and stuff with his auction, and it was really enjoyable. And so yeah, last call for alcohol. Jesse is at, where is Jesse? Jesse, what you at? Jesse is at 240. She bid herself up twice. I think she was really, really trying to get somebody to go to 250. Do I hear 250? Come on. That would be half of what I need to fix the car. It was, Eric. It really was a good time in there last night. That was one of the most fun auction streams I've ever been in with Raven Hawk. He was on last night. And everybody in there was just having the best time. And I felt so much better that I went in there. We are auctioning off right now. And I'm going to, Ida Herring donated an 83 by 83 custom quilt. It is, you will, the person who wins will, it's, you know, you sit down, you tell Ida, this is what I want. Ida will make your quilt. $800 is the minimum of what this quilt would sell for in Ida's quilt shop. She is donating her time, her materials, everything to help me get my car back on the road so I can make it to my medical appointments. Ida is awesome. We started the bidding at 175 and Jesse O is the current high bidder at $250, and we are about to slam the hammer. So it's a last chance to tell Miss Ida in a very nice way, thank you, and to help me pay to repair my car. We are on last call, so I'm going to say about 30 more seconds. This is going to belong to Jesse O. So if you want to do that, can I run the auction? I've been running it a long time, and I still got this whole thing of stuff to auction off. So I don't know that I can run it much longer, and I don't know that that would be fair to Jesse either. I'm going to leave that up to Jesse. Jesse's been the high bidder here for quite a while, and I'd hate to, you know, I don't want to be unfair to her. How about I do this? And we'll see if this is good with Jesse or not. How about I wait until 7 o'clock? It's 6:49 now, and I haven't even started on any of the coins yet. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to wait till 7 o'clock. In the interim, I'm going to put a couple of things up here to sell that are money related. So I'm going to make a thing. Somebody, one of my mods, make me a thing that says the Ida Herring custom quilt current high bid is Jesse O at $250. Can somebody make me one of those so I can pop it up here where I've got that info now? So we're going to start. I mean, a lot of these aren't real expensive items, so And I already told everybody, hey, I'm sorry, I'm going to be running over your shows tonight. There's nothing I can do about it. Okay. So I'm going to start. Some of these are going to start real low, and that's fine. I don't know that the camera is really going to do this justice, but this is a Gettysburg National Military Park colorized $2 bill. Yeah, that's what I wanted, Andy. Thank you. That's what I wanted. Okay, so this is a colorized $2 bill, and this lighting is not doing this thing justice. It's really, really beautiful. There's the back. The back is not colorized, but the Gettysburg, the front side is. And maybe if I turn off the loop light for a minute, I can get it less reflective. There, that's not too bad. You can sort of see it. So we might as well start with that Gettysburg $2 bill, and I'm going to start the bidding. Nobody yet, Ida, and we have a question. I'm so glad you're here. Right now, Jesse O is at $250, and the question was posed, what about postage? Am I paying the postage? Are they paying the postage? Are you paying the postage? Who's paying the postage was the question. Yeah. So we decided we're going to hold off until 7 o'clock on calling the sold in case somebody wants to outbid Jesse. Jesse's been trying to push them up there. Ida will handle the postage as long as it's in the US. So there you go. Thank you, Ida. I've been in here bawling like a baby about you donating that. Anyway, in the interim, while we're waiting, this is one of the items that I'm getting ready to put up. It's a colorized Gettysburg. Jessie keeps bidding herself up. I love you, Jessie. Oh, anyway, this is a colorized Gettysburg $2 bill, and we're going to sell a few things while we let the people decide on the quilt. See if they want to jump in with some more. Typing. Sorry, I didn't have time to make my list. So we're going to make this pretty simple. The starting bid on the $2 bill is $2. I mean, it's worth $2. It's worth a lot more than $2. I know I paid more than $2 for it. I used to have a bunch of these. I had Gettysburg. I had anyway. Somebody, oh, Werner, thank you, sweetheart. Archaeology Mikey at 20. Wow. Mikey's in here to win, boys. Mikey's at $20. Remember, folks, this is a fundraiser, so you're allowed to overbid. I understand if you don't want to, but you're allowed to, and it makes my heart happy. And this really is a cool bill when you start looking at it up close and everything, the detail in it. it's kind of like an Ida Herring quilt. You start looking at it and then there's more detail and more detail. You go, wow, look at that. Look at those colors. Yeah, we've been up. Silver Wish is at 21. Yeah, we've been posting links to your page. But Ida, if you would like, let me get over here on this, and I'm going to make Ida a mod so she can post links so you can see what she does. Is just, I mean, a lot of people have seen your work and they're but then there are others who are not familiar. And we were talking about that peacock earlier. That thing was amazing. And one of my personal favorites was the dragon. Oh my gosh, that dragon was Mikey, $4 on like these smalls like this. And the only reason that one would be $4 is because the case is a little heavy on it. Moderator there. That's what I wanted to do. Okay. Ida's a moderator now, so she can post links so you can see the well, I have a whole bunch more stuff, Larry. This just happened to be the first one I picked out. Right now, Archaeology Mikey is at 25. Which reminds me, I got to get this stack of cards here. Not the dogs and cats, the merchandise, so I can make sure I keep everybody on the right path here. Oops. Nothing in there, but it's got somebody's name on it, so I can't use that one. And not like I don't have a bunch of these envelopes laying around here. Yeah, I'm okay. I just am I'm just kind of stressed out. And, I talked to you earlier, so you know what's going on. And I'm just, but yeah, I'm okay. I'm just not very organized. I've been working on that other situation most of the day. And happily, we found me a tire. I mean, the wheels. Going once to Mikey for 25. So, oh, that's you don't have to do that, Mikey. It's okay. I mean, it's working out. It's just, it is what it is. It was a freak accident that happened. And yes, I know, Ida. That's why I was bawling like a baby. So I think we're going to, unless somebody wants to snipe, I think we're going to mark this one sold to Archaeology Mikey for 20. Like I said, we have PayPal, and we have through my bank, we have Zelle, which is through a lot of banks. Some people aren't familiar with Zelle, but the great thing about Zelle, they do not take any fees out. So, and look up Zelle. Let me set this aside. See if we got about one more minute on that. We said we were going to hold the quilt until 7. I forgot where Jessie is. I haven't changed my thing. She keeps betting herself up. She's a funny girl. We love Jessie. Jessie's at 255 on the quilt. All right. I'm just going to reach in the box and pull something out. $4, Armando. Unless it's like some super duper heavy thing, which I don't think I have anything that would cost over $4 to ship. Oh, what did I pull out here? Oh my, oh my. This will get some folks going. This will get some of you going. We got silver. Yeah. Let me get my scope-o-matic up here. Come on, little microscopical device. Well, before I put it under the scope, let me just hold it up to the camera. Because I just stuck my hand in the box to decide what the next item would be. My lighting is terrible. Anybody recognize that? Anybody recognize that? We're going to put it under the scope in just a second. I'm just teasing at you right now. It is encapsulated, and if there are any scratches, they are on the capsule, not on the coin. I do not believe. I can see that they are on the capsule. I wish I could get this scope a little further away so that I can show more of the coin. But I think y'all recognize what this is. Oh, shoot. What it is in my lap. Oh, my, honey. This is a troy ounce of silver. It is indeed a troy ounce of silver from the Golden State Mint. I can't get this there. A little better. Ah, almost focused. So it's in a plastic. So you probably get a little reflection off the plastic. But there you go. Like I said, it is from the Golden State Mint. It is 1 ounce of $9.99 silver. And typing as fast as I can. I'm trying to make things reasonable and still make money. Zelle is actually run by the banks. And it's a way of paying money from your bank to someone else's bank without going through PayPal and stuff. They don't charge the fees. You can go to zelle.com and look on the list and see if your bank is on there. You can sign up for free. You can use it to pay bills. You can do all kinds of things with it. I am a retired professional genealogist, and yesterday I sort of came out of retirement. I'm doing some family tree work for an old client of mine, and that's the way he wanted to pay. So here we go. I'm going to start this one at $20. Now, y'all know what silver rounds are worth now these days. So be kind and generous. It's beautiful. It's way prettier. Woo, Leslie. Leslie jumped right in there. All you see is the scope base. You must be lagging behind. That's my guess, is that you might be lagging. Leslie's at 40, guys. Okay. Thanks, Ida. Much love. I really appreciate what you've done. Leslie's at 40, guys. Leslie jumped right in there. Yeah, you might want to refresh because I've got the scope thing fixed a long time ago. So anyway, I think that may be the deal on this one, because that's a very generous bid and much appreciated. Well, you're the only one. Is anybody else not seeing the coin? The problem is PayPal friends and family are screwing people in the States over really bad. They are holding the money while they investigate to see if anything changed hands. Like, I sent a donation when Rose Dragon Coins, when they were doing the thing for the dog for her son. I sent a donation, friends and family, and they held it for 3 days. And they just are locking people's accounts up. So yeah, it's been under the scope since I announced it, Ty. It's been sitting there. I'm moving it around, but it's been sitting there. When you said all you could see was the base, everybody else was seeing the coin. So anyway, we are at, yeah, I'm going to try to get away from using PayPal for that reason. They're really locking stuff up. Okay, so I'm going to say we've got Leslie W. at 40 going once. Oops. That's a typo. And I didn't hit send. On twice. Last exit. Well, PayPal's fine. It's just I'm trying to offer other options because there's a lot of people that are not wanting to use PayPal anymore. If the other option, I'm going to get some more set up where, like Google Pay and that kind of stuff. But Zelle is the other one, and you go to Zelle.com and you go down the list and you find the name of your bank, and it walks you right through how to send it. If you send it to my email. And I tested it out last night with my genealogy client, and we had no problems with it. And I got every dime. I didn't have a fee taken out. So, and it was almost instantaneous. It was, I'm very impressed. Okay, so ZELLE. Handy Andy posted my Zelle link. I'll pop that up there real quick. That's my Zelle link. And you just go to Zelle.com. And you can go down the list and see if your bank is one of the ones that participates. And there's a lot of them. There were some foreign ones. There were some American ones. There were all kinds of banks on there. It took me forever to get to down where mine was. But all right, I'm gonna drop the hammer on this one and say it is sold to Leslie W. for $40. And it really is a nice piece, Leslie. I think you'll enjoy it. All righty, let me find a little envelope over here. Get Leslie taken care of. Oh, goody, it fit. Thank you, Leslie. I so much appreciate it. Oops. Y'all will have to email me your info, and when you put your payment, put it, just go ahead and do the goods and services, because they're going to hang it up if you don't. And make sure that I have your real names and mailing addresses so I can make sure these things all get out to you. I did have somebody that sent me a donation a little while ago, and it was marked for postage. So someone is helping me get the stuff sent out. So that's awesome. Okay. Whoops. Whee. Let's just launch everything here. Why not? All right. Let me write that down on the list. Got that written down. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we got to make an executive decision on this quilt. Right now, the quilt is $255 SEO. Thank you, J-Dog. I'm probably going to be here a while. Just rocking some of this stuff. So I'm just sticking my hand in and pulling things out of the box. Okay, the next item up for bid. Thank you, J-Dog. Love you much. Emerald City Diggers. Hey, we're doing a little bit different thing tonight. We're trying to raise money to fix my car. I had a freak accident the other night. Was not pretty, and I have to have the car to get to my medical appointments. The big item that we have right now is an 83 by 83 Ida Herring custom made quilt. She will make it to your specifications. The only stipulation is that it has to happen after the March 13th auction for the Susan Coleman cancer thing. But anyway, yeah, there we go. Thank you. That's just what I needed. Andy, you are on the ball. Anyway, we've just kind of been keeping this going right now. This quilt is, if you walked into Ida's store to buy something like this, she said the minimum price would be $800. So she donated this so I could keep some of my coin collection and get my car fixed, because Ida is awesome. Woof, my dog. I'm going to switch back to my other camera for a minute so I'm going to show you this. I don't really need to put this under the camera. I mean, under the thing, I don't think. This is a two box set. It's the US Mint 2002 proof set. It's not the silver, it's the mint proofs. And it has two different sets in it. Your first one has the penny, nickel, dime, half dollar, and dollar coin. Oops, get up here. Sorry, my lighting is terrible. Of course, it's sealed. And it also has the 5 state quarters that were released in 2002, which are Tennessee, Ohio, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Indiana. And they are in this lovely box with the certificate of authenticity. And you guys know I like sets. I just do. So that is where we're going next. I'm just grabbing things out of the box at random. Can't type very well, but oh. And we're going to start this one off low and slow at $2. Starting at $2, you get the separate slab with the 5 quarters in it. And then you get all the rest of the coins in a separate one as well, with the certificate of authenticity still in the box, all tidy. Ty Hitman at 5. Ty Hitman at 5. Oh, Billy, he's a little bit ahead of you. Got a little lag there. So Ties came across first. Silver Wishes at 6. Ty at 7. He's back. Yeah, it's a really nice set. Larry Powell II at 8. Yeah, bear in mind, folks, these are all things out of my personal collection. These aren't things that I bought to sell. In fact, some of these were gifts, and I'm parting with my gifts because I got a fixed car. And I actually, I got this as a Christmas gift from Ravenhawk. And I told him last night that some of the things in the auction may have come from him. So, all right, Ty Hitman at 9. Larry Powell back at 10. Let me go look at something real quick so I can help Werner. Okay, it's zellpay.com. That's the problem. Let me copy this link here. It is this. Archaeology Mikey is at 12. Here's the correct link, Warner. I apologize, and to everyone else. That's the Zelle. It's zellpay.com. Gotta go. Got some trouble to deal with. Yeah, we get that. It's okay, Billy. Thank you. Much appreciate you being here. Larry Powell bid at 13. I should have brought more envelopes in here, I guess. I'm so disorganized. This whole situation has, as my mom used to say, rattled my cage. I never anticipated driving down the road and having the wheel fly off my car at 65 miles an hour. All right. Larry's at 13, and I'm going to be back in like 1 minute. I got to go grab some envelopes. There. Got my world famous pink envelopes. Thank you, Andy. I was just going to say that. Just needed to, all I had in here was the great big envelopes, and that wasn't what I needed. So you got me covered there, don't you, brother? I appreciate it. And last, anybody else? Come on. Larry Powell's at 13. Ouch. Ouch. What's the matter, Larry? Did I wound you? Did the set wound you? It's beautiful. Like me. I thank you guys so much for supporting me right now. If it wasn't a medical thing, I could get around town here locally without too much trouble, but I have, thank you, Larry Powell, for 13. Postage is 4. But I did have somebody send me a little bit of money in case I undercharged or something for the postage. So I just round, I charge 4 all the time. It's just, I think Raven and a lot of people use that same thing. Oh yeah, about the wheel coming off. Oh yeah, that was one scary deal. I'm still really kind of rattled and re-examining myself on how I managed, how no one was hurt. Well, see, that's why I'm keeping the PayPal, Werner. I just found out about the Zelle thing yesterday. I'm not really super familiar with it, except that one of my genealogy clients recommended it, and he sent me money to do some research for him. So I have that as an option for those who do not want to dabble into PayPal anymore. PayPal's been really nasty to some folks, and I'm one of them. They had my money tied up for close to 3 months, November, December, and most of January. And it killed my jewelry business. I couldn't even do any business at Christmas because of it. You know, normally I would have made several $100s at Christmas, but because they had my account and my money tied up, I could do nothing. My hands were tied. It was awful. Okay, this next one is kind of just a little package thing here. Let me go back over to, hi, Muscle Shell. That's my sweetie right there. That man saved me. Okay, let me go over here. This is a little package. I think y'all gonna recognize who that is and what she's a-doing. I got walkers here. I got 3 walkers. I'm gonna put them all together in a group. I have this is a 41 D. I have a 45. I actually got this one in another charity auction. I was going to send it to Ida, and then I sent something different instead. So got the 41D, the 45, and this is another 41. Although I think this one's in a little better shape than that 45. But trying to, yeah, all right, there we go. So it's kind of going to be a package deal here for 3 walkers. Okay, bye then. What happened? What? I'm lost here. What's the matter, Scratch? I'm missing something here. Don't be mad at me, Scratch, because I can't watch the thing and do the auction at the same time. I have almost no auction experience, and so I'm just like struggling along here the best I can, just trying to fix my car. Okay, so we've got, I just showed them under the scope, but we got a little package here. It's 3 walkers. It's a 45, a 41, and a 41D, I think it is. Yeah. So, oh, she's throwing in now. She's going to make some pillow shams to match that quilt. Go, Miss Ida. So, anyway, this next little lot is 3 walkers. Yeah, I've got a couple of guys. I mean, I've got my brother Handy Andy 73.6. He's doing me a solid, and I had Mikey, but I think Mikey went to eat or something. So, and Jesse's phone kind of ran out of juice. I actually had several moderators, but it's just a little. It's that I am not focused. I'm still so rattled with everything that's going on. If I weren't financially backed into a corner, this would have been way more planned. And it's just, I have to get the car fixed within the next 2 or 3 days, and I have to get the divorce papers down there in the next 2 or 3 days. And so it's just, I'm not going to use the word, but it starts with cluster. Okay. So, oops, can't type. Yeah, Jesse's just having a problem with her phone. I told everybody earlier, I'm sorry if I'm running over their stream, but you know, there are times when you have an emergency and you just got to do what you got to do. And I hate that I'm running over my friends, but let's make this interesting. I back this up. Okay. I don't know if I could do it. I can try. Let me do these walkers and then I'll try to do that. I always get messed up. If you ever watch the one of me and Andy, yeah. Okay, I got 3 walkers here. The starting bid for the pile of 3 of them is $12, which is right now, that's basically $4 each. And y'all know what silver is, so there you go. Yeah, I will bring Ida up to talk about the quilt right after I do these 3 walkers. That is a wonderful idea if Ida wants to do that. Woo, Leslie at 12, Silver Wishes, boom, at 20. Larry Powell, 21. That's awesome, you guys. You're a little slow, Armando. Larry Powell's already at 21. It goes by whoever comes across my screen first. That's the only way I can do it, to be fair. So Larry's 21 hit my screen first. So that's where we be. And I've lost my tea. Oh my goodness. Oh, there it is. Southern Girl. There you go. Armando at 22. Leslie W. at 23. Can't take the sweet tea out of the Southern Girl. Anyway, is there a way anyhow to keep our ex-husband's tribute? Ida, that is about to happen, actually. My lower is trying to jump out of my mouth. So you don't know how funny that is. Yeah, my teeth have gone the same place my mind is. Anyway, to keep my ex-husband's tribute. I'm not quite sure I understand that, but I'm coming back at him. I have to file my response to what he told them, and I have 20 days to do that. And oh yeah, I'm responding to it because he flat out lied on the forms. He lied on his financial statement, and I could prove it. So, yeah, and I understand why he did that. And he listed me as a creditor. It's a long story, but anyway, I have to, by law, I only have 20 days from the day I'm served. No, he actually admitted in the papers, Werner, that he pays the $300, but he called it a bill. And it's not a bill. That's actually money that is included in the pension for my care because I am disabled. He has a disabled spouse. So yeah, it's just how he worded it. You know, he listed me as a creditor. And he also inflated how much he pays for his bills. So I just have to go through and do the denial. Sold to Leslie for 23. Thank you, Leslie. I will put that over there with your other goodies. And we will, because you have more than one, we will figure the postage so you're not paying, you know, more than you need to be. Okay, Ida, I was going to bring you up right now to explain about the quilt a little better, but if you got to go, you got to go, honey. I understand. Put this over here with Leslie's other one. That's why I went and got the bags. That way I can keep everybody nice and tidy. All right. Well, I was going to bring Ida up, but she said she would be back in a few minutes. She's got something else she's doing. She's working on a lot of stuff. You know, she's doing the cancer auction and the quilt for that. And so there's a lot of stuff that lady's got her hands into. And so I appreciate that she's even everything that she has done has been just above and beyond. I haven't cried this much since Muscle Shell came in and bought me new detecting toys, which I did actually get to use last week. I haven't even gotten a chance. Oh, she's back. Okay, good. Let me see if I can figure out how to invite her, because I'm going to have her come up and talk to y'all about the quilt. So here's the link, and I'll see if I can do this. I've only done it once, so Ida, if you want to come up on the deal here, that would be awesome, because you can tell them more about the quilt than I can. So I don't really know how to do this, but I think Ida does, because she has people up there in the she shack every day, so she must know how it works. I just don't know. Okay, there comes my Ida. There she is. All right, we have the ever popular and talented Miss Ida Herring, and she's going to tell you all about the custom quilt that we are auctioning off right now. Jessie O has the top bid at $255. Take it away, Miss Ida.
Well, hello, everybody. Susie. This is just something I wanted to do to try to help Susie out, because I don't want to. I absolutely hate for a coin stacker or collector to have to start selling off their special items, and because I know what that's about, and it's not fun, and it's heartbreaking. And I could tell earlier when Susie was showing things that it was breaking her heart on some of those items. So anyway, what I'm proposing is a quilt, approximately up to an 83 by 83. If you just want to throw, that's okay. It doesn't matter. But I will design the quilt after talking to you on the phone, and I will custom make it to your specifications. And anyway, the quilt will be, I will design it and send you sample designs to look at to see if there's any of them that you like after I talk to you. Then we'll choose a design, and then we will choose fabrics and go from there. And I will also make custom shams to match. So that's what I'm proposing to help Susie out. And I got to tell you guys, I cannot even talk to you about it until after the 13th. And I probably won't even get started on it until, I'm going to say, probably the 1st of April. But anyway, just sorry I can't do that any quicker. I've got my hands in a lot of things. So anyway, that's what it's all about. So
everybody knows that you've been working on the cancer fundraiser quilt. So, we made it pretty clear that this doesn't happen until that's over, because Miss Ida can't do all those things at one time. And what you are doing for the community, Ida, with your quilts is so generous, and it helps so many different people in so many different ways. I would have never thought of this.
Well, Susie, let me tell you this. The coin community is the best of the best.
and the bid just went up. Mussel shell is now at $260. Thank you, Mussel shell.
Oh, you guys, actually the fabric in it with the batting and the backing and everything is probably the cost of the fabric's probably going to be about $250 minimum.
Jesse O, right back at him at $265. See, well, this is what we needed. We needed Ida to come in and talk about it. Mussel shell at $300.
You go.
We
No,
need Ida. That's
see,
what
I don't know if you guys took the time to look at the link that I put up, but I can make quilts that look like you're looking through a window, looking at deer or horses, or we can. There's just so many endless things that we can do to tailor make the quilt for you. But you have to talk to me on the phone. Sorry, tell me how to do it.
I saw one that one of my cousins had done. That was a family tree.
Yes.
And they have passed that down now to her grandchildren. But it was the most beautifully done. It looked like the tree of life design, but it had all of the family members represented, not with their photographs, but with something that was one of their interests. It had their name, like my cousin Chris was an avid hunter. So it had Chris and a little hunting scene. And then it had this one and a music scene. And one of them played golf and had a little golf scene. It was the coolest thing to record their interests rather than just the facts and the figures.
That reminds me, my daughter, I don't know if you guys know this, she has 11 children. And so for birthdays and Christmas, etc., I would get their handprints and feet prints. And when my granddaughters were small, I made a whole bunch of dresses for them. But anyway, I decided on my daughter's 40th birthday that I would take all these handprints and feet prints and turn them into a quilt. And that's exactly what I did. A lot of the fabrics were the same fabrics that their dresses were made out of. But it was just awesome.
We have a question from our current high bidder, Mussel Shell. Says, Ida Herring, will you make a big cats quilt? I'm assuming
cats like what kind of cats?
Tigers, yeah. He says big cats, so I'm assuming Mussel Shell, are you talking about like wild cats, like lion, tiger, that kind, or just a cat, a large domestic cat? I don't know how to phrase that one.
I'm sure we can work anything. I've made horses, I've made deer, I've made antelope, I've made moose, fishing, all kinds of stuff. So I'm sure we could come up with something.
The big ones, he says. So I'm guessing like lions and tigers and
absolutely. There
you go.
I made a quilt. A friend of mine went on a safari, and she came back with beautiful pictures and stuff from the safari. We made a quilt with those pictures, and it turned out to be really pretty.
So there you go, Mussel Shell. She can cover anything. She did this peacock. You guys, that peacock is awesome. We were talking about that one earlier, the peacock.
See if I can find it. I'll put it up real quick.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Let me see if I can find it. Maybe I can show you a picture of it.
Stick a picture up there so these people can see what we're talking about. These are no ordinary quilts, folks. This is not like you would walk into the department store and buy. These are one of a kind pieces of art. They are beautiful.
All right, I'm going to see if I can share this.
Okay.
do this right. Sometimes I don't. So
Oh, I know I'm terrible at it.
we'll see how okay, this is the peacock quilt. It's in California right now. There it is, Susie. You'll have to click on it at the bottom.
Let me get it up here. There we go. There's kind of what we're looking, that's the kind of stuff that she does. I mean, just beautifully designed. Jessie O said she is out. 300 was her cutoff. Jessie, thank you so much. You hung in there for so long with the high bid. I kind of feel bad, but it's for a good cause. And, otherwise I got to go to the doctor. What can I say? Where I live, if you don't have a car, you can't get medical care. And that kind of stinks, but.
For you another one that is going to be auctioned off at the cancer quilt in addition to the cancer quilt. Let me see if I can get this one up. This one is one that Mama T won in one of my quilts, and she donated it back. She's got several of my quilts. Let me see that one. Let me see if I can get it back up again. I lost it. Hang on. Sorry. Oh, there it is. Okay, let me get this back up here now.
Muscle Shell's over here telling her, bid 305, bid 305.
Okay, this is the one that is also going in the, oops, let me try the other one. That's too big. Hang on. Try the other picture. Here we go. Hang on. We hit the wrong button.
The visuals are, I can sit here all day and say how beautiful they are, but, for to actually see the work. Let me get this thing off of here for a minute. There.
And this is going to be auctioned in the cancer auction. It is not the cancer quilt. I'm trying really hard to get that finished next week so I can show it to everybody, but it's not quite there yet.
Well, I love this one that you have up there now.
Isn't that pretty?
Absolutely beautiful use of color. The layout is, it's art, people. It is a quilt, and it will keep you warm, but it's art.
That's one of my designs. Of course, everything that comes out of my shop is designed by me. There's no kits at all. They're all designed by me. So anyway, I would love to make it for you. I just have to talk to you on the phone and get a little information, see what kind of stuff you're looking for, and don't be surprised if it takes me a month to make it. It's going to take me until probably April 1st to get started on it. But anyway, I will make it especially for you. So.
Okay, Jessie just went 305.
Okay.
Muscle's been sitting here begging her, bid 305, bid 305.
Let's get this up to 350, and I'll also make pillowcases for it.
Ooh, she's sweetening the pot, guys. Got shams, pillowcases. I mean, Miss Ida, she's sweetening this pot. So far on the auction part, I've got.
Well, Miss Susie, I'm trying to get your car fixed.
I'm adding up what I sold. 60, 80. Ironically, 96.
You have what?
In coins and things that I've sold. 96.
Awesome.
Funny that it came out to 96.
Well, I just hope you guys. Well, I know you guys realize it's
Yeah,
for Susie.
96. That is so funny. Okay, Muscle Shell, you talked her into the 305. Was there a reason for that?
Did you change your mind? Did you decide you didn't want it?
No, Muscle Shell is like, he has done so much for my channel, Ida. He dive bombed me on my first anniversary of my channel and was actually going to buy me a new metal detector.
Oh my goodness.
And instead we bought the coils and things for the one that I already have. And then he said, he kept dive bombing me with like, well, you're going to need some gas money. You need to go see your brother while you're detecting. And he just kept throwing money.
Oh, that is so awesome.
I was bawling like a baby. And and I did get my equipment. I finally got to go out and use it just the day before the thing happened with my car.
Oh my goodness.
A couple of other detectorists around here, and they invited me to go with them to a place that they had permission for, and I did not. So I got a chance to go use that equipment, and I was so excited, because, oh, wow, I finally got to go out here and play with my new toys. And then the next day, the wheel falls off my car.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm like, well, I guess I'm not going to be playing with those toys again for a while, unless somebody comes and gets me. Muscle Shell does a lot to help people in the coin community. He if you go look at his channel, his videos are all about everybody else.
Oh, that's awesome.
They're all shout outs to everybody else's channels that he thinks needs shouted out. And he does a lot for the smaller channels. The people that are just getting started and the people that aren't monetized and the people that are having situations. That's my mentor there.
Oh, that is so awesome. That is so awesome.
Whoa, what is this now? Muscle Shell says the bid is 100 more on top of Jesse O. Muscle Shell is not in. The bid is to Jesse O, but he's adding $100.
Holy cow.
So the quilt is still headed to Jesse O as the high bidder, but Muscle Shell raised, he put $100 on top of it. So now her bid is $405.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Well, I guess now I'll have to make pillowcases, huh?
Yep, I guess you will.
Me and my big man.
When I come to California to metal detect, and I am going to do it.
Oh, Susie, this makes me smile.
Best dinner we can find in the greater Los Angeles area.
This really, really makes me smile so that you didn't have to give up the stuff you love so much. Oh my goodness.
The one, especially with the World War II one, that one I really did not want to sell. And I will continue some of these things. I will probably end up, Jessie said she doesn't need the pillowcases, so to save your time.
This is so sweet. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. I hope you guys all make it to the cancer auction on the 13th.
Werner says, I'd like to add another $10 to the quilt, but how? Werner is in Germany, by the way, Ida. He is a regular on my channel. You could just send it like you send your other stuff to me, and I'll just add it on to that. Yeah, Muscle Shell is the classiest of the class. But yeah, Werner, if you want to add 10 to that, you know, we got Muscle Shell added 100 and Werner added 10 and Jesse was at 305. So now it is at 410 to Jesse.
Oh my goodness, guys. I am so proud of all of you.
I am too, because I like those the walkers that I auctioned off a little while ago. I bought them in somebody else's charity auction.
Doesn't that make it special? You know, Susie, when I had breast cancer, I received a really neat doll that it was a breast cancer doll from my cousin. And I've passed that down to the fourth person now that has got breast cancer. And we're just, every time someone gets it, we just pass it on to them. Like, and I think that's awesome.
So
You
yeah,
know,
with where we're at now and the coins that I sold earlier, we have passed the $500 mark.
yes, that is awesome.
I will probably sell some more of these coins that I have duplicates of and things like that. But what I'm going to do is pull the ones that I really wanted to keep, because I know
Awesome.
Ida and all of you people, I no longer have to sell things out of my collection that I didn't want to part with, but I was just saying, okay, what can I do to raise this money quickly, and you know, and not do something illegal or, you know, anything like that. I certainly couldn't go rob a bank. But I do
That
that.
is so awesome. I am so proud of everybody. You guys are wonderful. That's why the coin community is the best of the best.
And I tell you what, guys, I'm probably not even going to sell the rest of these, but Wednesday night, as you guys know, I have a giveaway that we already had started signing people up for before all this happened, because Wednesday is my birthday.
Well, congratulations.
I will be a whopping 68 years old. I'm not embarrassed to say my age. I've earned every one of those years. I think I took 10 more and added them on the other night when that tire came off.
Oh
But
my God.
I'm going to tell you what, people, the coins that I was going to continue auctioning off, y'all come to my birthday party Wednesday night. I'll be giving some of them away.
Susie, you know that's not necessary. No one expects you to do that. Oops, we lost Susie. She's like me. She pushes buttons and there it goes. You guys are so awesome. So did we count down the quilt yet? Have they actually counted it down? As to who, I mean, we know who got it, but is it official? Come on, Susie, where are you? Let me pop out my chat so I can see everybody. One, this one back, and this one. Okay. Yeah, she's overwhelmed. She just pushed the wrong button. Hey, I am so good at that. No, 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 no. Count down the quilt. No, 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 no. Don't do that. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
There,
Okay.
I'm back. I'm back.
Susie, are you trying to push more buttons than I do on my stream? Because I kicked myself out many times.
No, I have a habit of throwing myself out, but happened this time. Yes, my real name does have a hyphen. Leslie. It's going to be unhyphened as soon as this divorce is over. But yes, it does have a hyphen. No, actually, what happened, we get these little, we're up in the mountains, and we get these little, they're not really power outages. They're like brownout things when
Yeah,
too many,
little surges.
and
Yeah.
it will cause the power, the lights will just flicker on and come, off and come right back on. And it's just enough to kick me out. And sometimes I don't even have to reboot the computer. Sometimes I do. This time it just kicked me out and I had to come back in.
Susie,
Anyway,
I can kick my own self out. I don't need power
I do it
outages.
all the time. It's a standing joke. I kick myself out just about every stream, or my cat will jump on the keyboard and do it for me.
Yeah, I understand.
M3 has been known.
Hey, by the way, I'll throw something else in, but you have to pick it up if someone wants 2 cats.
Okay, I'm back. For those who miss it, Werner, instead of putting 10 more on top, put 15. So that brought it to 420. Yeah. Interesting number.
Awesome.
Yeah, my PayPal name and my screen name are different. Oh yeah, my cat M3 is famous for ending my streams. I'll be like right in the middle. The winner is, and M3 will throw me.
Okay, Susie, I'm going to let you have your stream back. I'm going to jump back down and chat. If anybody has any questions for me, please let me know now before I leave, because it's easier just to holler at you. So you're not selling what?
More coins. Yeah, I'm going to sell a couple more, and then I'm going to go because I'm running all over other people's streams, and I've been on here 3 hours. So yeah, I'm going to sell a couple more tonight, and then the rest we will revisit them on Wednesday night on my birthday. Because for one, I'm really tired, and you can tell I'm starting to lose my voice. So we've got your links up here, Ida, to your channel and information on your quilts. So
okay, and just let me know, and they can email me, and we'll go from there. Okay.
It's pretty obvious. We're going to pretty much drop the hammer on this, and this quilt is, I think this quilt belongs to Jessie. Everybody made sure that Jessie was going to get that quilt. So
I tried that, but they wouldn't let me do it. They said no, I couldn't do it yet. So
okay.
I don't know why, but anyway, I'm in chat if anybody wants anything. Talk to you soon. Bye, sweetie.
Thank you, Ida. Okay, 30 total? No, that's not right. 315 from Jessie. I'm confused. So what? You're telling me my math is messed up, but what is it? Where am I supposed to be? And 415 is 430 is what you're saying. Okay, 430. Is that what you're telling me, that my math was messed up and it should be 430? Yeah, I thought Jessie was at 305. And yes, I'm going to sell a couple more coins here in a minute. I just got to straighten this math issue out because I'm okay. Okay, I got it. Jessie 415 so far, and then Werner 15. Okay. So 430. All right. My bad. Okay. Jessie said she did 305. And then Muscle Shell did 100. And I'm confused. I got to scroll back. No, the auction's still going on. It's just crazy. Okay, so it was 405, and then Werner said he was going to put in 10, but he put in 15. So it was 405 and 15, which is 420. Jessie was counting Werner's 10. I think. Yeah. She was counting his 10 and then he made it 15. Yeah. Jessie said 415 with Werner's 10, but then Werner made it 15. So it is 420. All right. Math is hard. Yeah. I was thinking that all along. Math is hard. Well, we're going to call it 420 is where we're at right now. We've recalculated the math and verified with Jessie and verified with Werner. So now I got to get in this box and find something else in here. I had something set out I was going to auction off, and I don't know what I did with it because I'm a dummy. So I'll just reach back in the box and pull something else out. Oh, that's what I had in the first place. All right, we are going to do a couple more. Yeah, it was 415 with your 10, but then you put 15 in instead, and so that made it 420. Math is hard. Let's auction off something else so I can get even more confused. You guys rock. I can pay for the car, and I don't have to worry that at the last minute, something else is found wrong and it can't be fixed. And I can put, if there's anything left, I can put it back in the money that I rated that Muscle Shell gave me for my trip to see my brother. And I had to use part of that to tow my car home. So, oh, Lordy me. What we got under the spotlight now. I don't know if that's inside the case or not, or part of the coin. Anyway, let's see who we got here. Looks like Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth II. So you know where we're going, folks. We're going to Canada. This is a $5 2015. The scratches again are, I believe, on the case. I love the little tiny maple leaf there. That is so cool. This is 1 ounce, 9995 silver. This is the Canadian maple leaf. I did call. Absolutely, you are okay to PayPal, sweetheart. Did I see the? Yeah, Silver Wishes. I talked to the state patrol guy who was actually about 8 cars back from me when this happened and pulled over. And the tire went way down. It went down a ravine. We're up in the mountains, and it went down a ravine. So they would not allow me to go look or they won't allow anybody to go down in there. So, some of these, I have duplicates, and some of them I'm just selling because I really need to make sure I have enough money to fix my car. Because without my car and without my medical treatments, I can die, and I don't want to die. I didn't die in the wreck, so I sure don't want to die because I don't have a car. Yeah, we tried to get it back because it would have saved a lot of money if I could have got that wheel and tire back. And I did make an effort. I talked to the record driver. There was some DOT construction guys out there, some Virginia Department of Transportation guys. I called and talked to them. And I kind of got them trying to keep an eye out for it, but the officer said he's pretty sure it went down in that ravine, and there's probably a whole tire jungle down in there. I hadn't even put up the starting bid yet, but Larry has bid 30 on the Maple Leaf, so we'll just start right there. Larry Powell at 30 on the Canadian Leaf round. I'm trying to get it flipped over back on the Leaf because the Leaf is cool. I like the little tiny Leaf they have on there. Like I said, these scratches are on the plastic. Leslie W. at 35. And what was Muscle Shell up to up here? To all in chat at Muscle Shell has changed his mind. The next $25 bids or donations, Muscle Shell will match them all. The bid is still with Jesse O. So if anyone else wants to make a donation on the quilt, Muscle Shell is going to match that. That's awesome. Okay, let me see. Leslie W. at 35. Mikey, she was a little bit ahead of you. Larry Powell, 36. Mikey, Archaeology Mikey, 37. Larry Powell the second is at 40. Whew, we got a hot one going here. Yeah, I like the Canadian ones. They have some really cool artwork, but I do have an extra one of these in my collection. So, but some of this stuff I don't. I just tried to pick things I thought people would be interested in buying, and because I knew this was going to get expensive. Archaeology Mikey at 45. Because I still have, I got to replace the tire. You know, I mean, there's the work that the mechanic is doing, but then there are things like I got to get another tire. You know, just that's not really a mechanical issue. He doesn't sell tires, so that is something I got to do on the side. That's why my sister and I are going to pick up the wheel tomorrow. I found a better deal on it than we could get locally. Larry Powell bid 46. So my sister and I are going to drive down to North Carolina and grab the wheel, and then I can go to the tire place and get the tire and have it put on the wheel. So when the mechanic has done everything with the rotor and all of that, we've got the wheel and tire and we can just pop her on. So that's the plan. That's our plan. I appreciate my sister taking a day off and taking me down there to do that. She has a farm, and so sometimes it's just not real easy for her to just, you know, do that. But the otherwise, the lug nuts were not tightened, and not only did they come off, but all of the studs the wheel studs are all broken off, all of them. I have a picture that I used for the thumbnail of this YouTube video. So you can look for yourself. I'm trying to get the picture to load, but for some reason I can't. But it did load when I made the thumbnail. So yeah, you can look at it. The vibration from the lug nuts not being tightened. Whoa, sniper in there. Dislogic at 47. Yeah, the vibration of them not being tightened caused the wheel to bounce up and down and up and down and up and down until it sheared off the wheel studs, all of them, at different lengths, of course. But, you know, once that happened, up 48, Larry Powell II. You guys rock. This here's really a cool coin, though. Well, Jesse already paid, so I guess Jesse's got a quilt. But if anybody else wants to throw those fives in, I think Muscle Shell will probably still match them, because he's a good guy. We love our Muscle Shell. Uh, 49, Sniperama. Dislogic at 49. Woo! Mercy. Y'all are some wild children. So I gotta do something real quick. I gotta look at my PayPal, see what's going on in there. Unfortunately, PayPal, they stink because they eat your money with fees. And I used to really love PayPal. I have been a PayPal user since they first started. And just I don't know, there's just something has changed. I will tell you after I get this this one wrapped up. Mikey is adding 5. Werner added 5. I got to keep track of that, because I got to pass that on to Muscle Shell, because he's matching their 5s. Larry Powell, $50, going twice. And then I will look and see what coins are left in the box and tell you what they are. And if anybody is interested in any of them, then you can just tell me and we'll auction those, and the rest of them I will just put back in the thing. Silver Wishes added 5. Last call, Larry Powell II, $50 on the Canadian Maple Leaf. Last call, all in. Do or die. Larry Powell II. Thank you, Larry. On the yeah, the Muscle Shell always makes he made it a quilt mist. Yeah, he did. He made it a quilt mist. All right. Postage is $4 on everything except the quilt, and we've got the quilt is taken care of. So let me add that on my list, and then I will tell you what's left in the box. I can't think. This has really been an exhausting thing for me, mentally more than physically, but I haven't been sleeping. I didn't hardly sleep last night. I was so worried about all this junk. All righty. Find another envelope. I'm glad I have all these envelopes. When I got these, I thought I bought way too many. And as it turned out, I didn't, because I'm almost out of envelopes. I ran out of channel stickers a long time ago. But those are far down my list of important right now. They were still adding money on, but it's okay because it's going to you. It's just they were just making some extra donations. He said every $5 donation towards the quilt he would match. So it's okay. I just been keeping a list of who he needs to match, and we're good. All right. Rhonda. Hi, Rhonda. We'll do the other 10 for mussel shell to match. Okay. You write Rhonda down here. Thank you, Miss Rhonda. All right. Now, somebody want to know what I have left in the auction block? Yeah, my phone has died. I don't know where it is even. I got it when I was trying to get a hold of Ida, and I've been on here almost 4 hours, and it's not really good for me to do this, but I'm overwhelmed by everybody's generosity. Yeah, I need some sweet tea. Larry, let me double check you, okay? Okay, Larry has 63 plus postage. That's absolutely correct. And I don't see, let me see what we got. Okay. That proof set is a little bit heavy, but I think, Larry, if you send me $5, we should be good with both of your things. I don't think it would be more than that, rather than 2 different sets of postage. So 68 total would be good. I'm trying to answer the question of what is left in here coin wise that I was going to sell, because a couple of them, now that this has happened, I am not selling, and I made it clear when I did the thing that I may be selling some of them, and I may not if I raised the money without having to sell them. So there's a couple I am going to pull, and that's because Ida donated the quilt, so I would not have to sell them. And so I am not going to sell my 2007 ASE. I am not selling my 1953 Mexican 5 peso. I've been writing them down, but I think a couple more came. The $5 ones that I wrote down were Mikey Werner, Silver Wishes. Those were 5 each. Rhonda had 10. Larry, yeah, and Larry Powell put in 5. So we actually got $5, $10, $15, $20, $30 mussel shell from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. And I may have missed some. Oh, and I think Jesse actually put an extra 5 in too. Yeah, so Jesse also put 5 in. Bless her heart. She already owns the quilt. Yeah, Mikey, you were the first 5. I have Mikey, Werner, Silver Wishes, Larry, and Jesse at 5 each, and Rhonda had 10. Oh, the 5 was for my sweet tea. Yeah, we got you, Mikey. So anyway, those coins I am not selling because thanks to Ida, I don't have to. The other one I'm not selling is my German 3 marks. Those I did not want to sell, but I put them in there because they were silver, and yeah. And I thought I might have to sell them. And I also pulled out my stamp thing. So I'm going to show you what I got. This is a, let's see here. I'm trying to, my eyes don't always focus. I still got about 5 or 6, but truthfully, I can't go a lot longer because I'm about to lose my voice. Yeah, well, I wanted those World War II stamps. I bought them. They actually got me kicked off of a channel because someone accused me of trying to rig an auction because people were rooting for me to win. So, but I wanted those to go with my dad's World War II medals. I am in the process of making a display for my father's flag, his medals that he received in the Army, including the Bronze Star. And I wanted this to go in the display box, so I did not want to sell that. But I've got some left. I'm trying to pull the scope back up here so I can see what they are, because I'm a blind old lady. So let's see what we got. I got, here's a nice one. An 1881. Y'all recognize that. I don't even have to tell you, but I'm trying to get my scope in a little better position. If I bump the table, the scope kind of goes out of focus. Sorry for my icky fingernails. They have been the least of my concern. And since most of these things have been encapsulated, I have not been touching any of the coins. So I wish my lighting was better. This is in a capsule, so I'm trying to see what that says. Is there any way you can see the coin better? I'm doing the best I can. Let me see if I kill this light. Will it cut the glare? Okay. Like I said, I am an old lady. Uh, it's not the best coin. It's not the worst. The reverse, the scope is as high as it will go without, if I try to go any higher with it, it falls off the stand. Somebody sent me some instructions the other day on how to build a riser for it, but obviously I haven't had time for that. Yeah, I can't do it any higher without it falling off the stand. It just won't adjust that way. I'm trying. Okay, let's see if I can do anything with that. That's about as high as I can get it. So I got that one. This is the Morgan 1881. I have this I believe is I don't know what company, a silver trade unit, one troy ounce, 999, fine silver. Handy Andy should have just hit the command for the PayPal. This one is also in a capsule, so you're going to get some glare off the capsule, and I can't help that. I'm trying to see. I don't usually do auctions. I hunt quarters and pennies, and that's about, I don't normally have to have the super duper close-ups and stuff for what I do. I do some jewelry auctions once in a while, but they don't require this kind of close-up. So anyway, I got that. Then I've got another Canadian. This is the year of the dog. All of these are in either capsules or flips. This is a 2018 year of the dog from Canada. And I bought this to give to someone as a gift, and someone else gave her one before I could do it. Yeah, either one of those is good, Rhonda. The Zelle or the PayPal. Either one is good. Zelle I actually prefer only because they do not take fees. Anyway, this is the Canadian year of the dog. I have that. I've got I think this is a 52. Yeah, a kind of raggedy 52 Benji. Not much happening there except for maybe a meltable. This I got from somebody to 74D DDO. I tried to zoom in on this one earlier, and I think if you look at the in God part, there's some doubling on the in. I hate this. I love the microscope. I just don't like the stand. I've kind of abused the gooseneck on it over time, and it doesn't want to always go where you put it. But yeah, there's some doubling there, but I'm no expert on DDOs. But that's the way it came to me. I'm sure I got that in somebody's stream. And then I have one more silver round. This is the, I forgot what it's called. Sun something sun mint. I always forget because I'm not like a super duper collector of rounds. So those are what I have left. If anybody's interested in any of those, I will put them up here for auction right now. Yeah, because I lost count. Bot shows PayPal. I don't understand. Read your PayPal. Log into my PayPal. Okay. I'm really getting tired. I am so grateful. Thank you, Plumber Stacker. That was awesome. T. Navarro, thank you. Rhonda Tolliver. Rhonda Tolliver matched herself. She had pledged 10 and sent 20 and added a note that says, "You can tell chat I matched myself." Oh, that's a good one. All righty, that's good. So that's funny. Let me see who has or has not paid at this point. I'm just cracking up. That was so funny. I love how you guys were bidding yourselves up and matching yourselves. Okay, we can put the year of the dog up. See if anybody else likes it. All right, we're gonna put the year of the dog, and we're gonna start that dog at 25. So I can't count very good. I mean, type very good. Okay, Larry Powell's in at 30 on the dog. Let me get that dog back here under the scope here. Yeah, I like the dog. I bought this. I was going to give it to Penny Dog, but then somebody gave her one before I could give her one. So, okay, 35, Gus Logic. I love the dog. I like I'm not like big on collecting the rounds, but there are some. Larry Powell's at 36. There are some that I just think are really cool. I have one. It's from Austria, and it's got musical instruments on it, and I'm a musician, so I would never part with that one. But well, up to 40, Dust Logic. That dog is howling. Oh. So yeah, see, Rhonda, I'm on Social Security and SSI because my Social Security is so low that it doesn't even meet the minimum, so they have to make it up out of SSI. And thank you so much. Somebody used the Zelle. That's fine, Mikey. Yep. I know how to find you anyway, because I know that area that you're moving to. I know that area real well. That's pretty close to where I grew up. So I have totally lost track on the mussel shell matching thing because I got wrapped up with going through those coins. So I hope somebody has kept track of that better than I did. Right now we're at 40, going once to Death Logic for the dog, the Canadian year of the dog, silver round. Going twice. Israel, thank you. That was awesome. Larry Powell says, Just Logic, I'll let you get this one. I love you guys. You guys, I have been feeling so horrible. You know, first from being sick and like for weeks I couldn't do a show, and then I finally got one good day in where I got to go metal detecting, and then the next day the wheel fell off my car and my ex slammed me with divorce papers, and I was just thinking, what in the world have I done? All right, sold to Des Logic for $40. I'm thinking, what in the world have I done to have such horrible karma that all this stuff is happening to me? And then you guys come in, and Ida comes in, and everybody just showed so much love, and I don't even know how to thank you guys, because I absolutely could not fix my car without you guys, and without my car I can't. I have 9 doctors. I have a lot of health issues. I have a primary care and 8 specialists. So without a car, I'm dead meat. You know. Yeah, hang on just one second. Let me get your year of the dog in the envelope so I don't get it messed up. And I will be happy to show you that DDO again. I am not, my eyesight's not good enough to really pick out things like errors on and stuff on DDOs. And this is the way it came to me. I can't even remember who I got it from. I'm pretty sure I won this, or not necessarily won it, but I may have gotten it in like a coin roll hunt or something. I'm trying to, the lighting is not the best. Let me try turning the loop back on and see if that one helps any. So I will, there's, you know, by the end, like you could see me pointing at it. It is not silver. It is a 1974 D. It's a 1974 D. It is not a silver, but it is a DDO according to whomever I got this from. And for some reason, I have in my head that I got it from Rob Fine's Treasure. I don't know why I think that, but there's just something in my memory bank that is telling me that. But like I said, it is what it is. It's a DDO. It's not silver. Okay, where's the Morgan? You want to look at the Morgan again? I'm guessing you mean the 1881 Morgan. It's pretty nice. Yeah. Some of the scratches are on the coin and some of the scratches are on the plastic. I have never taken it out of the capsule, but I guarantee you, if I was born in 1881, I'd look worse than that. I already do look worse than that. So, whoa, come back here, girl. All right, then I guess we're going to throw this one up for auction. And that I think is going to be the last one for the night, because I'm really starting to have a problem with my voice. And I was on my way home from ear, nose, and throat when my accident happened. So I probably should not push my luck anymore. 1881. Okay. I think it had a. Let me look at the back a little bit more. Just sorry, that makes me dizzy when I turn them that fast. Trying to get it under the. Yeah, the wings still have some feathers. So that's good. That's always good. I don't even know where to start. Let's pick an oddball number, and you guys can duke it out for the grand finale. Starting bid is going to be 18. That's just a weird number. I heard a song today called 18, but it was not the Alice Cooper 18. It was the question mark and the Mysterians 18, and it's a completely different song. Then I heard it today. 3 people hit 20 all at the same time. The first one on my screen is Leslie W. And then Des Logic. And then Silver Wishes all hit 20. But right now it's Leslie W. according to my screen. So that's where we are. Yep, I have Leslie W. first also, Andy. But now Des Logic has come back in with 25. So the game is on. Oh. Oh, Leslie's at 26. What am I doing? Oh, I'm so tired, guys. But I thank you so much because this means I can get to all my doctor's appointments. Up. Back at you with 30. I was really, that's been my number one concern is, oh my gosh, I have medications that I take that have to be monitored. One of them is an injectable, it's an infusion thing, and it's $6,000 a month. So every month they have to monitor that to make sure it's not damaging any of my internal organs and stuff. And there was a moment there when my car got squashed up that I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm just done. I can't. I knew I didn't have enough money to buy another car. I don't have good enough credit to buy another car because I had over $2 million in medical bills back in 2010, and I have paid them all off. Yeah, enough to get a new Michelin. Yeah, I do. I'm going to go look for that 4th Michelin. Those tires were almost brand new. First match set of tires I ever had on that car. And one of them went rolling down the hill. Just like, I just could not believe I couldn't recover the stuff. Larry Powell. Yes. He bumped it up. He added a 5. Larry Powell II added a 5. Oh, you're in Springfield, Missouri. Cool. I'm going to be going there sometime next year. I will have to come find you. Yeah, he added $5 for the quilts from Larry Powell. Thank you. That's awesome. Oh, where am I? You could tell that was really making Ida so happy. Up, the bid's up to 41. Israel got in there for a split second, but Deslogic came right back at him. Yeah, that really made Ida happy to see you guys jump in like that on that quilt. I mean, her stuff is just so incredibly beautiful, and she puts her heart and soul into every one of them. And for her to just say, hey, I will give up one of those so you can keep your things and have your car fixed. I'm still just like a little weepy about it. Everything, all the support you guys have given me. It's particularly heartwarming because when I go into PayPal, PayPal is the way my ex paid my support every month. And every month I would send him the thing, you know, the reminder, $300. And every month, like clockwork, he would send it on the 1st. But his new girlfriend has convinced him that he no longer needs to do that. And so the request for cash, you know, for the agreed sum that he even lists in the divorce papers, he has not sent it. So every time I go in there and I am looking at all the wonderful support you guys have given me, and I'm seeing that glaringly staring me in the face. Apparently he feels that because he has filed for divorce that he is no longer obligated to make that payment. I don't, the lawyer said that's not right, but anyway, all right, he got it. 41 on that one. Also for this logic, let me make another envelope here. I gotta do my bill list here. Uh, 41 Morgan. Okay. I'm trying to make sure I get everybody's things into envelopes now so that I don't have confusion in the morning. All right. Let me get an envelope over here. You just need to send me $4 for the package. These should both make it to you for $4. So your total would be $85. Yeah, you don't have to send the postage twice on those. Did I see Larry's last comment? Probably not, because I'm doing so many things, and I was send you an email when, yeah, I'm going to try to go this summer if they can ever get the COVID situation under control. My father was from Missouri, and I have some genealogical stuff that I need to go look up there in Springfield. So, yeah, I'm going to try to make that happen. My sister and I, assuming they don't cancel it, are going to try to go to our family reunion in Iowa, and then she'll probably come back home, and I'm going to spend a week doing family history research, and I need to go to Springfield. So my dad was from a tiny little town, not even a blip on the map anymore, on the Iowa-Missouri border, called Blythedale. But he had an uncle and some cousins and other family members in Springfield, and that's kind of the part of the family that I've lost track of. So I will, I'm going to try to go there and do that. And all right. Is there anybody that needs their total that doesn't already know what they owe? I think Mikey is taking care of his. Let me get back over here into this. I don't know. Okay, Mikey needs to do his, but no big hurry on Mikey. Leslie has done. Larry Powell is done. Jesse is done. Assorted $5 and $10 little thingies from all sorts of wonderful people are done. So it looks like everybody is pretty much done except the last one I just did, Desk Logic, and everybody's done. And that's awesome. Your address is in your PayPal. Okay, great. Thank you. If I do not have your address in your PayPal, just send it to my email. If there's any question, I know pretty much how to find it, all of you. So I'll make sure. I have only ever had one unclaimed package, and although I could have thrown it back in the gifts, I still have it over here in the box, and I keep hoping I will see this person in chat, and then eventually he'll get his package. But I did lose track of the $5 things, so I don't know if Muscle Shell's still here or not. But I think he was going to need a final total. I know he had the 100 that he put on Jesse's thing, and then he was doing that match thing. And I don't know how much we owe. Muscle Shell, I've lost track of reality, buddy. Yeah, Jesse got, would I do the Benji for 15 and make it 100? You know what? Yep, absolutely. I will do that. I will do that, Desk Logic. Not a problem. I'll just stick that right in there, and you can make that an even 100, and we're good to go. And I don't have to auction it because I'm tired. Okay. All right. Muscle Shell. I got a deal with you. Yeah, a bunch of people sent the $5 right into my PayPal, so I got to count how many of those there were. There was, yeah, Larry Powell threw an extra 5 on for the quilt. T. Navarro, $5 on the quilt. Rhonda did 20 because Rhonda matched herself. Werner did. First he did 15, and then he did 5 more. So those were all in there. Silver Wishes is going to hit me in the morning. Jesse even gave another $5 on the quilt. Mikey's the only one that I haven't done the bill yet for, and it's okay. I know why, so that's not an issue. So we actually had, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, and there's a couple over in the Zelle too. So I'm going to say there was probably about 15 people that put $5 extra in. So my PayPal is in fact an email address. There it is, right there. If Mikey will let you resell the bill, I want to pay for Baby Charlie bill collectors. Pay it for Baby Charles bill collector. I would have to ask Mikey about that. He gave it back to me. His bid on it was 20, and then he gave the bill back to me. Jesse got the quilt, Muscle Shell. Jesse got the quilt. Everybody just kept piling the $5 on, but it was still Jesse's quilt. So Jesse got the quilt. As was intended, I think, when you put that 100 on top of it for her. Yes, that is correct, Deslogic. That would be me. My screen name is different than that. That is my legal. I had to do my legal name because my PayPal is a business account. How many of the 20 came in? 15. The only one that owes me is Mikey and Silver Wishes, and that's because I'm still doing some business with them. So 15 of them. There's 15 $5. Don't do that. I don't want people seeing my legal stuff. But yeah, that's the right account. Just please don't put that name in there. Thank you, Handy Andy. And that's not going to be my name in about a month. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, Silver Wishes and I are working on something I got to ask Mikey about. Mikey won the Gettysburg hand-colored $2 bill, and then he gave it back to me. And so we're trying, she wants to get that for her granddaughter. So I'm just trying to work that with, okay. She is dropping 5 more in cash for the quilt. Okay, so that is another 5. Let me go count them again because I have to go look in the Zelle account because I know a couple people sent it over there. So give me a couple of seconds here. I don't think Mikey will have a problem with that, Silver Wishes, but I do need to ask him first. I think that's only fair because, you know, he may have just wanted me to keep that back in my collection. And I do like it, but I used to collect them and I used to have a whole bunch of them, but I don't have them anymore. That was the last one. My tastes change over time. Trying to get my PayPal to open up again so I can go through here real quick. Okay. Let me get a separate piece of paper so I know what I'm doing. Okay. Write them down. Uh, I know I'm being quiet, but math is hard. And I don't want to make a no boo-boos because math is hard. I almost didn't get my college degree because of math. I suffer from what is known as math anxiety disorder, which means when you go to take a mathematics exam, you panic. You know how to do this stuff, but when you get in there, you panic. And yeah, it's like math brain freeze. That's the best way I can describe it. Okay, let me go over to the other account real quick. So anyway, I could not for the life of me pass my math requirement my freshman year. I took this exam. They used to have this thing called the CLEP exam, which is college level experience placement or something along that name. And so I did my whole freshman year that way, except I couldn't pass the math. And I had probably the coolest math tutor a person could ever have. My math tutor was the guitarist in a band called the Outlaws, I grew up with those guys, and my math tutor was Billy Jones of the Outlaws. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, there are 12. I miscounted. So I did get it. Thank you. I got Mikey's and Desk Logic. I got both of yours just now and read the message. Thank you very much, Mikey. That's awesome. Mikey, Silver Wishes wants to know if you would have a problem if I allow the bill to be sold so that her grandchild can have it, because her granddaughter collects those. But you gave it back to me, so I wanted to ask you if you had a problem with it. The final total on the quilt, not counting all the $5 things, I believe was $420. 305 was paid by Jesse, 15 was paid by Werner, and 100 was paid by is being paid by Muscle Shell. So I'm pretty sure that's correct. So the total on the quilt. And then there's all of the $5 that were put on top of it, which made it pretty much around $500. So it's okay to give it to Silver Wishes. All right, awesome. So there you go. I just didn't want to do it without asking you first, because you paid for it and you gave it back to me. So I just wanted to make sure that doing anything like that was on the up and up. So we did not have 20 people But we did have 2 donations that were just random donations that were not for any merchandise or anything. And one of those was a $60 donation. So I don't even know my whole total yet. I will, after Muscle Shells does his thing and Silver Wishes does her thing in the morning, I will sit down and I will tally it all up. And when I get back from getting my wheel and tire, I will come on and make a little video, first of all, to thank everybody and announcing the totals. I bet that to a child, you give them a bill like this that is all beautifully colored and, you know, something like this to a child. Oh, yes, that is a treasure. That is a treasure, and it will keep that child interested in currency and coins for probably their whole life, because they will remember, I had this when I was a child. My grandma got me this. I have in my collection, I have my original penny books that I started when I was a teenager. They're the only thing left of my coin collection that didn't get stolen. And somehow they were at my mother's house. And when she died, I found them. But there are coins in there, in those books, that I got when I worked in a grocery store when I was 15 and 16 years old. And those books, to me, if I lost the whole rest of my collection, I wouldn't be as upset as I would if I lost those books. Because those were the beginning. And the rest of my collection was stolen by an ex-boyfriend's friend who had a drug problem and actually cashed my entire collection in for face value to go get a fix. So the pennies are all I have left of the original collection. All right. I need to, let's see, make sure to send an email. Okay, Muscle Shell, I will do that. I'll get it all calculated up here in a bit. You can tell I'm about to lose my voice, and I just don't even know how to thank all you people. I have no idea how to thank all you people for helping me, because I was going to be in really big trouble without that car. The lady from the insurance company, from my health insurance, told me, well, call this number. They help with bus tickets and train tickets. And I'm like, honey, there's no buses and trains in the Blue Ridge Mountains in these little bitty towns. We don't have that stuff. It's like I have people tell me, oh, you need something to eat or you need to go somewhere, call Uber. We don't have Uber. We don't have DoorDash. We don't have that stuff here. So for me not to have a car truly was kind of a death sentence. Like I said earlier, I have a total of 9 doctors. Well, I'm supposed to have 9 doctors. One of them, they haven't found me one yet, but I have my primary care, and she is wonderful. She has bent over backwards trying to make sure that I get seen by everybody I need to be seen by. And part of why I've been so sick is it took forever to get the insurance kicked in and find all of the doctors. And so I was going without medications. I just, my health went really down the hole, and I'm crawling back out of it. And then the car thing, so I don't know if you can even see this, but this swelling, if you look at my older, or not even that old, videos, you don't see that. This is all thyroid issue here. I got 50 thumbs up. Really? I did? Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Wow. I haven't even flipped over. See, I'm watching it from the StreamYard side, so I'm not really seeing the YouTube. Flip over and it says I have 49, but that's close enough for me. Oh, yay. All right, guys. I'll tally all this stuff up tomorrow, and I will get with Muscle Shell, get all of his stuff added up. I've gotten everybody's payments except Silver Wishes, and we're working on that. That's a whole different deal. So I'm not, that's going to happen tomorrow. So we're groovy. And Jesse O, I will see that your information goes to Miss Ida, and you guys can work out what your beautiful quilt is going to be. And that $2 Mikey bought for 20 and gave it back to me, and I just sold it to Silver Wishes. so that's for Silver Wishes' granddaughter. But yeah, it sold for 20 bucks. So anyway, I will get all this stuff added up. I have got to eat. I will just make double sure that she has it, Jesse. And when you get your quilt, we want to see it. We want to see what Muscle Shell's generosity created there. So yeah, Jesse got the quilt, and Muscle Shell, you created something new. Usually it's Coinmas, but this time it was Quiltmas. It was Quiltmas. And Muscle Shell, I will get this tallied up and let you know. But I've got to go eat. I'm about to fall out of the chair, and I'm about to lose my voice. And I also got to get back with my sister and find out what time we're going to get my wheel and my tire. So, and I can do that thanks to you guys. So on that note, I so much appreciate every one of you. Please come back Wednesday night for my birthday party at 6 o'clock. And I got contests and stuff like that. We're going to celebrate my birthday. I'm not going to let any of this take that away from me. And you guys have really made it a special one. So I'm going to go. I want to thank all my mods who kept everything, kept everything going, because my head was going in 20 different ways. I gotta come here real quick. No, that's not it. It was sold for $20 to Mikey. Mikey paid for it and gave it back to me. And then Silver Wishes asked Mikey if it was okay if she got it for her granddaughter. So it is going to Silver Wishes' granddaughter, who happens to collect those. And so I don't think I have any more of them. I gave some away back when I did my Devil Made Me Do It 666 subscription thing. So no, Mikey gave it to me, and then someone asked if they could purchase it for their grandchild, and I said I have to ask Mikey, and Mikey agreed. So that's what happened with the $2 bill. On that note, I really gotta go. My cat is even over here staring at me like, hey, where's my din? Who screwed up again? Muscle Shell, you never screw up. We love Muscle Shell. Thank you, guys. Thank everyone, whether you donated or not. You just being here made me happy. I didn't really want to sell that Deslogic, but it's for a child. I know this particular child collects those, and to her, this is $1 million to a child. So that's why I made the decision to ask Mikey if it was okay if it went to this child. Yes, we do love Jack Joe the cat. And we love M3 the cat, who does not ever come on screen anymore, but he is over here giving me a dirty look. I will cover all of this stuff tomorrow after I get back from getting my wheel and my tire. I will make a video with the final tally, and except for Muscle Shell, I'll try to get his to him before that. And thank you, guys. I'm just overwhelmed. I don't want to cry. It upsets my little brother Andy when I cry. It's okay, Andy. These are happy cries. Don't be upset. Tell Jack Joe it's okay. I'm good. And like I said, everybody, no quilt with big cats. Maybe we'll get you a little quilt with a big cat. We'll get you a lap robe with a big cat. How about that? I'm sure it can be arranged. Ida will be there. Maybe when I get my if we ever get our stimulus checks, we'll find a big cat for Muscle Shell. Okay. Yeah, M3 is the ghost behind the curtain. Emmy. Hi, Emmy. Oh, he might come. He might actually come over here because he's really hungry. Emmy, come on, baby. Come on up and see everybody. Come on. Just for a minute. I know you don't want to. Come on. You stinker. He is a stinker. He doesn't like to get on the camera. Now, when I lived down in Georgia, he would run around behind me and people would see all the antics that he was up to. But he does not necessarily want to. He's down here by my feet, and I'm trying to figure out a way to pick him up. or get him to come on my lap. Come on, Emmett. Emmett, here. Come on. You don't want to see Jack, Joe, and Andy? No? Come here. Come here. Hey, 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 hey. Nope. Not going for that. No, I really didn't want to sell it, but I know it's going to a particular child that I'm kind of fond of. So I sold it for that reason. I want Charlie to have it. Charlie's a little girl. She's not a collector in the sense of being a stacker or anything like that. Charlie is a child. I would give up just about anything for a kid who is interested in collecting coins or currency. I give stuff to my nieces and nephews and my grandnieces and nephews all the time. When it was put to me, when I was reminded that Charlie collects these, that was a whole different story. And I'm not going to go on it. It's my dollar, my $2. Mikey bought it. Mikey gave it back to me. So it was my decision that it should go to this child. So that's where it's going, because I already had met my goal of the $500. So that's that. I will come back on tomorrow, let everybody know. Yeah, well, what I did, I gave it, I made it so a child ended up with it. Yeah, hit the end broadcast. Yeah, I probably should do that, Rhonda. All right. I will see everybody. I will come back tomorrow, give the tally and do all of that. And then Wednesday night at 6 o'clock Eastern, which is normally my sweep in the dirt, metal detecting show, is going to be Susie celebrating her birthday show. And I got some fun stuff planned for that. And I might even have my car back by then. We don't know. But we'll see. I got to go eat. Thank you guys, every single one of you, so much. I don't know what I was going to do. When I found out, I just don't know what I was going to do. So I know what I'm going to do now. I'm going to hit the end broadcast button. Bye.